and particularly the Coptic Orthodox Church from Egypt, which is significant. So here's a graph of what the change has been in terms of the numbers of people in each of the denominations, identifying with each of the denominations, between 2011 and 2021. And then I've got the change, what the change would have been without the immigrants. So if you start at the top with the Anglicans, the Anglican numbers fell by 32% in those 10 years. If it wasn't for immigration, they would have fallen by 34%. The Baptists fell by 1%. Not a great fall. But without immigration, they would have fallen by 13% over that period of 10 years. So immigration has played an enormous role in the growth or the continuity, if you like, of the Baptist denomination. Catholics, because of the huge numbers of Catholics, the immigrants don't have quite the same impact in this graph, but on the ground they certainly do. So, but they actually declined by 7%. They would have declined by 13%. And again, we can go through the others. If you like, the Oriental Christians, it's the one group, Christian group that grew by 54%. Without immigration, in that 10-year period, they would have grown by 14%. Now, the reason why that growth has occurred is because of the previous 10 years we had a lot of Oriental Christian migrants arrive, and a lot of those people were young and having children in that period of time over the last 10 years. Pentecostals actually grew by 8%, which was about much less than the population growth. In fact, in the last census, the numbers who identified as Pentecostals declined. But again, over that 10-year period, without immigration, they would have declined by 5%. Now, there's overall, if we go to the bottom there, we can see that Christians overall declined in numbers by 15% over that period of 10 years. They would have declined by 21% if it wasn't for immigration. So immigration is having a huge impact on the churches. So just going over some of those facts that I've mentioned just now. Seventh-day Adventists would have declined by 12% rather than growing by 1%, for example. So we worked this out by looking at the numbers of immigrants, and of course the census records the numbers of immigrants who have in fact not only come but have stayed in Australia and were present at the time of the census. And you'll see there that of all the Christian immigrants, about half were Catholic. So 706,000 immigrants arrived who identified as Christian between 2011 and 2021. And it's those denominations which had very few immigrants, and the fewest was with the Salvation Army, which is leading to the fact that they are declining faster than any other denomination. If we look at the bigger picture in terms of the variety of religions, we find that, yes, 706,000 Christians arrived, so did 321,000 Hindus, 235 Muslims, 165,000 Buddhists. But also, and I'll come back to this later, 683,000 people who said they had no religion. So the overall Christian trend is that almost all Christian denominations are declining, but more conservative, charismatic and evangelical denominations are declining more slowly as they focus on their distinctiveness from the wider population and separate themselves from it. The only exception to decline is the Oriental Christian groups, but immigration is softening the decline in most denominations and softening it significantly. What's the long-term impact? Well, the future patterns of immigration, of humanitarian immigration, depend on natural disasters and wars and so on. If China attacked Taiwan, it could result in a lot more Taiwanese immigrants, for example. Climate change is likely to have a major impact over the next 20 years. Pacific Islanders have already been offered a place, and I suspect that that will increase the number of immigrants from the Pacific Islands. North Africa is suffering from lack of rain very significantly, as well as war, and will put more pressure on Australia from African immigrants. Low-lying countries like Bangladesh are likely to suffer most significantly from rising sea levels, and that is likely to put pressure on the government to welcome more people from some of those countries. But looking at these various countries, we're likely to continue to have a mixture of Christian, Chinese folk religion, Buddhist, Muslim immigrants. So that trend is likely to continue. The immigration of students and occupational groups depends on government policies, which are somewhat unpredictable. They're likely to encourage students coming from Asia, likely to encourage migrants to fulfil the occupations Australians are not keen to do, whether it be fruit picking or care for the aged and disabled, people with business links, some skilled engineers, IT experts, as we find that we need them in Australia. And that means that migration is likely to continue from India and China, the Philippines, and it means more Hindus, Buddhists, Christians. But what happens to immigrants? When they first arrive, religious communities provide a place of connection with people who speak their language, practice their customs, hold similar values and beliefs. But over time, the need for connection to the religious communities weakens, particularly in the second and third generations. Longitudinal data from the census has now become available, and it shows that 23% of those people who identified themselves as Buddhists in 2006 identified themselves as having no religion in 2016. So the third generation Vietnamese are now identifying in quite large numbers as no religion. And that trend is also apparent amongst Hindus, although they're far newer migrants overall. It's happening amongst Muslims. In fact, I've got some of the other data here. So Hindus and Sikhs have arrived recently. However, between 2006 and 2016, 5% of Hindus, 4% of Sikhs moved to no religion. 7.5% of Muslims moved in that same period. It's highly likely that many migrants who are devoted to their religious traditions now will move to no religion in coming years as they assimilate to the majority position of the Australian culture. Secularisation, I think, is a global trend, and I point to the work of Bruce and Stephen Bruce and David Voas and Jörg Stoltz and Hasseltrand in the USA and other places. Western Europe is most advanced in this trend. USA is, in fact, the fastest secularising country in the world at the present time. Africa is already showing initial signs of secularisation, being in that process now. It's been suggested by these scholars that secularisation may be a 200-year process occurring in several stages. But what we see in terms of immigration is increasing numbers of migrants having no religion. So in the 2011 census, 24% of migrants in the previous 10 years had no religion. In the 2021 census, 30% had no religion. And my expectation is that that proportion will continue to rise. So in conclusion then, between 1901 and 1971, the Christian heritage predominated. As White Australia policy dismantled, we've had a much more diverse profile. The Christian community is also diversifying, and immigration is certainly slowing the rate of the decline of the various denominations. However, I believe that the long-term outlook is for the fading of all religions, but not their disappearance, the fading of all religions as secularisation continues. And immigration may not have a long-lasting impact on that secular trend. Thank you.
Talopo, everyone. As Titus mentioned, my name is Brian Corlia, and I come from Mālo Theological College in Samoa. And I was telling Daryl earlier that as an alumni myself of Whitley, when Whitley comes calling, I have to answer the call. So it's great to be back, and I'd like to acknowledge first the Indigenous peoples in our room, Sister Naomi, and any other Indigenous person in this room, as well as the traditional custodians of the land that we are gathering. I bring greetings as well from Mālo Theological College, from the principal and faculty and students, and it's an honour to be here to talk about this rather lengthy topic that Titus assigned for me. So I'll try my best to include all that in the 25-minute space that I have. And the title of that is The Bible, Migration and the Changing Face of Christianity in the Pacific. As a disclaimer, when we say Pacific, it's quite a very diverse community of island nations. So there's never enough time for me to go through all of them. In fact, it'll require a lifetime of research to try and go through all of them. So I'll try and focus our attention on Samoa. Okay, so the majority of Samoans in Australia immigrated from New Zealand. The patterns of mass migration to the south of Samoa began therefore with New Zealand, where mass migration of Samoans there commenced around the end of the Second World War from the 1940s to the 1950s. Samoan scholar Felice Va'a notes that Samoans migrated to Australia between the early 1900s and the 1970s, but their motivation for migration was based on individual pursuits, and back then, immigration laws were not as tight as they have become since. However, since the 1970s, New Zealand would not be the final destination for a large number of Samoan migrants. With a larger economy and better job prospects available, mass migration of Samoans to Australia eventuated, beginning in the late 1970s to the early 1980s. I am a child of the migrant diaspora, having been born up in Sydney in 1981, so I'm very young. A Samoan scholar, Felice Va'a, who I mentioned, writes of the early years of mass Samoan migration to Australia in his book Sa'ili Matangi, Samoan Migrants in Australia. And he emphasizes the pool of economic well-being for both Samoan immigrants and their extended families back home as being the impetus behind their migration. Va'a comments that, and I quote, "Studies on Samoan migration in Australia are few, no doubt because Samoans did not migrate there on a large scale until the 1980s," end quote. The studies that have been conducted since the 1980s had been focused on certain cities where there was a concentration of Samoans in residence, such as Newcastle in New South Wales and Blacktown west of Sydney. Va'a focuses on the Canterbury Bankstown area in Sydney. However, all three of these studies have been conducted in specific areas of New South Wales and therefore do not include Samoan diasporas such as Queensland, Victoria and the ACT, and more recently Western Australia, South Australia and the Northern Territory. We're pretty much everywhere now. For the purposes of this presentation, it would be difficult to account for all of these Samoan settlements, so I will focus more on the motivations and the attitudes of Samoan migration to Australia. Now, similar to Samoan migration to New Zealand, there was a tendency by Samoans in Australia to seek housing that was closer to areas where there were unskilled jobs available, such as coal mining and factory jobs, and also areas where there were cheap housing. Over the years, more parts of New South Wales were settled, as well as Canberra, for the same reasons. Melbourne in Victoria and Brisbane in Queensland also became areas of settlement during the 1980s as Samoans headed to other areas on the eastern side of Australia where there were more jobs and cheaper and newer housing as Sydney grew in population. The 1990s saw people head west towards Perth and Fremantle where the mines presented further job opportunities. The experience of living, working, and being educated in New Zealand for many of these Samoans put Samoans in good stead to take advantage of these opportunities. The demographics of Samoan settlement were no longer restricted to New South Wales, but now extended to the rest of Australia. With the settlement of Samoans, Samoan churches became established, which subsequently provided evidence of Samoan settlement. The significance of the churches is that they gave the Samoan communities a form of identity that replicated the villages in Samoa. McPherson and McPherson argue that the identity of the village is synonymous with the church, as though the church has always been the foundation of the village, its history and its social organization. As such, Samoans in Australia not only set up churches to maintain their religious experience, but to establish continuity with village life in Samoa. Additionally, Va'a claims that the churches provided many of the socio-economic and political functions of the Samoan village. They provide new arrivals with assistance in finding suitable accommodation and employment, financial support for the first 6 months before they're entitled to welfare benefits, and a forum in which they can interact with other Samoans. In other words, the churches became the Samoan migrants' village away from Samoa. Decolonizing the Samoan church diasporically. The centrality of the Christian church in the Samoan context is visibly obvious through its many large church structures. However, as is noticed in the Samoan context today, the attendance levels in many villages are dropping. There is a growing lack of urgency in getting to church for Sunday services, where many younger people are inclined to stay home and take care of familial duties, such as cooking and taking care of the sick and elderly who are not able to attend church. Yet, such absences may also be an opportunity for others to make excuses for their own non-attendance, as is a common attitude found in Samoan village communities. For their own non-attendance, for whatever reason, the centrality of the church is not as prominent as it once was. There is not enough room in this talanoa for me to delve in the reasons behind this attitude of church attendance, nor is it my focus. Rather, I want to talk about the centrality of the church and how this idea of centrality has manifested in the diasporic context. In Samoa, the church is a place that caters for the spiritual well-being of its people. But as mentioned earlier, in the diasporic context, the church not only carries the spiritual focus from the homeland to the host land, but it also implements a new purpose that is not spiritual in a narrow sense. This new purpose sees the church morph into a new village-like space for Samoans living abroad. With this new identity comes responsibilities that are different from those traditional responsibilities of the churches in the homeland. In addition to spiritual well-being, church leaders are responsible for the physical and economic well-being of its parishioners. It is not unusual to find members of a church also working at the same place of employment, attending the same educational institutions, or even being members of the same sporting clubs. These other forms of memberships emanate from the networking of church members. This is even more crucial in modern times with the large influx of seasonal workers from Pacifica. For instance, the establishment of Samoan churches in the townships of farms and abattoirs where Samoan seasonal workers are stationed provides Samoan workers with valuable support, such as housing, food and clothing, and any additional aid. For the Samoan seasonal workers, they too identify these Samoan churches as their villages away from home. Sadly, the Samoan seasonal workers who do not have Samoan churches, and similar for other Pacifica identities, find it tough and are more at risk to being exploited through inadequate housing, excessive and dubious pay deductions, and poor slave-like working conditions. Clearly, the Samoan churches hold a significant position for Samoans in the diaspora because they are spaces that uphold the Samoan values of fa'aloalo, respect, alofa, love, and the deep concern for ainga, family. These values are carried from the homeland into foreign contexts and are maintained in these established church communities. This notion of carrying one's family, culture, religion, and its associated values is known as maotatau ave, a Samoan term that means the house that is carried. Maotatau ave is a Samoan proverb which pronounces a mandate for any Samoan who leaves their homeland to always remember where they came from and to always identify with one's culture and ainga, family. Through Maotatau ave, one can see a decolonizing of the Samoan church. The transplanted church upholds the mission of spiritual welfare, but in the new context, the church is not just a spiritual place, it becomes a space for Samoans to network and to continue to uphold its Samoan cultural values. The European missionaries of the past who brought Christianity to Samoa promoted the gospel in ways which negatively impacted native culture, with many cultural practices considered paganistic and savage. The diasporic church, however, becomes a space to nurture this very Samoan native language and culture, which Dion Enari and Lorraine Mataula argue are at a decline in Australia. However, as long as the diasporic churches are still around, there will always be spaces to foster language and culture. Now, this brings me to the Bible, this holy book that Christians like to confess. Sadly, one aspect of the church that has not been decolonized is the Bible, or more specifically, Samoans' reading of the Bible. We are still overly pious and take ourselves too seriously when we read the Bible. And as a result, we lose our Pacifica ability to be humorous. Now, let me draw our attention to this Pacifica term, ma'alia, on the screen there. Ma'alia is a term common to Samoans, Tongans, and other Pacifica cultures that translates as humor, joy, and happiness, but it also means calmness and softness. But the missionaries taught us well by banning our so-called savage ways so that we can become more pious and read with a Puritan mindset. Now, we need to decolonize our reading by lifting this ban that missionaries put on our people so that we may again find ma'alia in and entertain native ma'alia with the Bible. In Pacifica, the Bible is privileged in private domestic spaces as well as in public and church spaces. The Bible is one of the pillars of Pacifica societies, where its interpretation is under the control of Christian churches. Invariably, our churches also control our theologies, and the upshot is that both our readings of the Bible and our theologies have lost our native senses of ma'alia. Here, I attempt to uncover the Bible so that we may recover our senses of humor. In doing so, I will construct a hermeneutic of ma'alia that is built on the notion of uncovering humor without fear or apprehension, as Pacifica people often do outside of church spaces. This is the spirit in which I approach the text. To weed out the senses of ma'alia in the text, I will engage with the text through talanoa. For Pacifica, humor is best felt when conversing as Pacifica. In Samoan churches, this humorous type of talanoa is known as tala tausua, or just simply tausua. From here, I tausua with Exodus 14 and the complaining Israelites. Sorry. There's the word tausua, which is made up of these words, and I'll just go through that. Actually, I might not go through that, I'll skip forward. Now, one story that depicts these nuances of Ma'aliya is after the emancipation of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. Now, let us soar for some Ma'aliya. In Exodus 14, as Pharaoh and the Egyptians were pursuing the Israelites show Ma'aliya humor in their cry to Moses in verse 11. Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you have taken us away to die in the wilderness? Now, when read through a Tausua lens, we can picture the Tausua of the Israelites who use Ma'aliya humor through sarcasm to Ma'aliya relieve their trauma. With a Pacifica perspective, we can uncover the Ma'aliya in the response by the Israelites. First, in my Samoan context, finding a place for burial is not a problem because Samoans could be buried anywhere on their land. So the question that there were no graves in Egypt is Ma'aliya, because from a Samoan perspective, one can be buried anywhere on the land, even near the outdoor kitchen where food is prepped. This might be unusual for Westerners, but it is not uncommon to be buried even on one's front yard, as you can see here. Every Samoan then has their place of burial. Only animals are buried in the wilderness or vau in Samoan because animals belong to the vau. This is Ma'aliya because the Israelites' response equates themselves with land animals who belong to the vau. For Pacifica people, the use of humor can also be a recognition that in situations where there is little to no hope, like what the Israelites are experiencing in the vau, the best way to react is through humor because there is not much to cry about. In a sense, this is how the Israelites sound, despite their crying being in protest, complaint, demand, and hope. The Israelites have found their voice. The words they utter are less of pain, but more sarcastic on 2 points. First, of course, there are graves in Egypt. This is not a question of fact, but a humorous inquiry of intent. Second, we cannot imagine the Israelites would want to go back to a life of slavery and oppression. Again, this is not a statement of fact, but a request to be rescued and identified in comical terms. But might it also be a reflection of their attitudes towards their migrant state, that when one is caught in between spaces, longing for the past can be a coping mechanism for their current situation, if the present isn't quite what it was made out to be. As such, this passage shows Ma'aliya relief, comic relief, as a way of dealing with trauma. The trauma for the Israelites is their impending death, and in dealing with this trauma, Ma'aliya is uncovered, because the Israelites claim to prefer slavery and not freedom. In Talanoa with Pacifica people, the events prior to Exodus 14 remind us of the seasonal workers scheme in Australia, in which farm and abattoir owners exploit Pacifica workers through neglect and exploitation, low wages and over-deductions, and expensive and dreadful living conditions. Yet, to these Pacifica workers, the income they eventually earn from these slavery-like labor schemes is much more than what they would have earned at home, even after the excessive deductions. To them, they are like the Israelites, where service to the Egyptians, in the form of Australian farmers' abattoirs, is preferable to service in the vau, the wilderness in Samoa. So here's some pictures of some of the seasonal workers. And you can see this house here is believed to have 5 rooms, housing 20. Now, in conclusion, the changing face of Christianity in Pacifica reflects the adaptation of Pacifica peoples to a transnational identity. In this new identity, Pacifica people require some mode of constancy to their native context so that they are able to survive and adapt to their new surroundings. Strikingly, the nature of the church experiences a sort of strange inversion, a flipping. In the homeland, the church, through its profound and beautiful structures, seemed to intrude the village landscape, standing out like a giraffe in the meeting of elephants. The church hence promotes a largely spiritual concern, and in most cases, its mission seems to be more focused on what the people can do for the church as opposed to what the church can do for the people. But in the host land, the Pacifica churches adopt a new role, one which has seen some Pacifica churches focus more on serving its people through networking and support. And this is particularly evident in churches established where there is a large contingent of Pacifica seasonal workers. At the same time, The Pacifica churches, as seen through the Samoan churches, are upholding Samoan culture and language for its future generations. This flipping decolonizes the church by promoting Christ's purpose of service rather than being served. However, one area which still needs decolonizing is our reading of Scripture. We have flipped the church space in diaspora to be a space for cultural custodians to maintain language and culture. One of our cultural values is being malie, and it seems that the Bible is still under the watch of the missionaries' colonial gaze. Uncovering malie in the Bible requires us to lighten up in reading by unmasking our pious and seriousness with the Holy Book to expose our native wits and humor. For far too long, Pacifica have been instructed that Scripture is no laughing matter. But for Pacifica, to laugh is to cope with pain and trauma. To laugh is to remind us of our interconnectedness with creation. To laugh is to uncover our native identity. Perhaps this is why the missionaries told us not to laugh, because our indigeneity was not pious and unholy. In fact, a lot of Pacifica culture had been suppressed and marginalized by missionaries. The legacies of the colonial past still affect the way we read Scripture today, as Pacifica people continue to lose themselves in reading. Uncovering malie can address this. For revealing malie in Scripture is to perceive the ironies and riddles which might not be obvious because of our over-pious attitudes. Uncovering malie brings out the humor in Scripture, but also discloses humor in public spaces, enabling Pacifica readers to maintain their native identity and introduce a Pacifica worldview of dealing with trauma and tragedy. At the same time, like our Tausua reading of Exodus 14, the text can also remind us of the sufferings and distresses of our mob, our whānau, our ainga, our families around us. But what about texts that do not contain humor and that are in fact tragic and horrific? What about texts that do not contain anything but malie, but only matters that cause sadness or anger? Of course, not all texts contain humor. Yet as valid as such questions may be, the voice of the colonial discourse lingers in the air, because in these questions we are ordered not to laugh again. Should not the point of uncovering malie be that we are laughing on our own terms? And if not a laughing matter, should that not be our core as well? In fact, a lot of Pacifica culture had been suppressed and marginalized. And today we are inclined to satirize mission managers, but the legacies of the colonial past still affect the way we read Scripture today. The Holy Book is no longer revered in Australia in the same way it is in Samoa. So there is room for a different perspective and an alternative way of approaching the Bible. Uncovering malie, as I said before, brings out the malie in Scripture, but it may also disclose humor in public spaces, enabling Pacifica readers to maintain their native identity in foreign lands and introduce a Pacifica worldview for dealing with trauma and tragedy. With Dave.
While we're putting the PowerPoint up, I too would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today, pay my respects to elders past, present, emerging, any Aboriginal people here today as well. I just thought it may be helpful to provide a little bit of background. I come at this from a perspective whereby we operate a business. So we are a firm based in northern New South Wales, rather unique perhaps in that we have found ourselves in a former Baptist church that's been renovated to become offices in a small town called Alstonville, which is in northern New South Wales between Lismore and Ballina, which is an unlikely place to have a migration firm. Working with my wife, Sandra, thank you, who handles all our partner visas and normal visas. My daughter, Chloe, who works with me as a lawyer on skilled migration, employer-sponsored migration. My son, who is a third-year law student who is working with my wife on those other normal visas. And then I do everything else, which is protection, humanitarian, and orphans, and complex things, and ministerial intervention, and all those sorts of things. The reason I provide that background is that I come to this particular topic. I'm trying to work out how to drive this. I think I pressed that. Yes, there we go. I don't know if anyone else has noticed today, there's been a nautical theme. We've talked about waves, we've talked about boats, we've talked about, I don't know what it is about migration and waters, but there you are. As a former aid worker, again, water, I was in Banda Aceh after the Boxing Day tsunami. My previous career was as a registered nurse with a specialty in international health and development. And during that period after Banda Aceh, I also worked in Nias in Indonesia, Yogyakarta, and Cyclone Nagas, and I was living in Thailand at the time, and travelling to those areas. After Cyclone Nagas, I decided to transition into law, and well, I don't know that I decided, but I found myself in law and started studying from Thailand and continued those studies, worked 5 years, night shift in a nursing home to finalise those studies. And at the end of that, commenced a PhD. After starting a PhD, I was recruited to go to Manus Island. So my first client ever as a lawyer was on Manus Island. I think most people do conveyancing. By now, you've probably determined I'm not most people. And that was a particularly sad chapter. A very sad chapter. And just to paint a bit of a picture, effectively, Australia used the PNG legal system as a shield to using the Australian legal system to produce the same policy outcomes. People may be familiar with that, but you had Australian lawyers who arrived, and instead of being a lawyer, you are now a claims assistance provider, a CAP, and the people who previously worked for the Department of, what were they then? Anyway, Home Affairs now, arrived in PNG, and they now became decision makers on behalf of the Papua New Guinea government, even though they looked Australian to me. And yes, so that was quite extraordinary. I've also represented quite a number of high-profile cases. These ones I can talk about because they've been in the media. Ironically, the former president of Nauru, considering we send people to Nauru, it's unusual that he got a protection visa to Australia, but there you are. Before he passed away, wonderful man. And also Afghan military interpreters, probably one of my longest running cases. And I think his family are going to get health checks now and maybe get their visas. He's had a number of children over the time, so we've had to add them on. All right, so, but the reason thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Sorry, I'm remiss in saying that. And I am sort of characterising this within the context of a decade of practice in this area, and saying that it has required a level of faith, and I'm hoping in the future it requires less, but perhaps it won't. The topic was also given to me, and I appreciate the topic. I appreciate that guidance because it helps me to frame my comments. Often we talk about, I'm going to talk a little bit legal now, and it's on my screen, but it's not on that. Hang on. If I look at that, that's better for me. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about the legal framework now, because often we talk about terms like humanitarian and protection interchangeably, and I thought that might be helpful just to sort of flesh that out a little bit. So protection visas are an onshore visa that's a permanent visa that is granted to someone to whom Australia owes a protection obligation. I'll talk a little bit about that as well. Refugee and humanitarian visas are offshore visas, and there's a number of different types of those visas. And each visa in Australia has a subclass and they have a number. So you might hear of people saying, I came on a 200 visa, or I came on a 202 visa. And so effectively, I'll go through this in some more detail about the protection and the humanitarian, but I'll also just note those remaining, the 3 visas at the bottom of the slide there, your temporary protection visa. So that was introduced at the same time as the Safe Haven Enterprise visa. The Chev was introduced because Clive Palmer wanted it after speaking to some people in some abattoirs, I think. Anyway, and he was backed by, was it Family First? And effectively, if you arrived by boat after a particular date, which I now forget, you were no longer able to apply for permanent protection. And so you had to apply for one of these two visas. If you wanted to apply, if you wanted 5 years, you applied for the Chev, even if you were going to be in an urban area. As long as you had an intention, one day maybe, to go regional, you could get 5 years and not have to engage with the immigration system again for another 5 years, which is better than 3, trust me. And then now we've got the resolution of status visa, which is the permanent visa that's been created by the government. Well, actually, I think it's always existed, but it's now been used by the government since February last year, 2023, to transition people off the temporary protection visas and the safe haven enterprise visas. You may still apply for a Chev. I'll talk about that in a minute. If you arrive in Australia by air and you haven't cleared immigration and you want protection, it's a Chev that you'll end up applying for. So it's just an interesting thing to know. And you may never get permanent either. Where do I point that? There we go. This is from the 2023 Department of Home Affairs annual report. And I'm just in this slide looking at the numbers. So humanitarian program, 17,875 visas, 15,875 visas delivered under the offshore. So that's what we're talking about, those humanitarian ones, the 200, the 201s, 2, 3, 4. 2,000 onshore. Also within the program, 6,935 visas granted to Afghan nationals. A further 1,027 visas granted to Afghan nationals under the community support program. Just to talk a little bit about that. So say in the last 12 months, we've seen quite a few applications that we lodged, say 2017, 2018 for humanitarian people, say from DR Congo, granted. Now, if I'd applied in 2017 to have my family come, I probably wouldn't be that excited that 6,935 of the places that only totaled 17,000 were granted to Afghan nationals because of a government policy in 2021. And this is part of what I want to sort of flesh out, is the interrelatedness of these numbers, and I would argue the need not to have them connected in the way that they are at the moment in the program. In other words, a visa granted to an Afghan national who applied in, say, 2021 for valid reasons, with a claim just as strong as anybody else's, was granted a visa prior to someone who applied in, say, 2017, 18 from DR Congo, who might have been waiting in Kenya or Malawi or somewhere. Part of the approach that we currently have was introduced by this government when I finished high school and when I started theological college. I was at Tabor for quite a number of years. And the idea was that for every protection visa that was granted onshore, you lost one place to be granted to someone offshore. And if you think about that, there is actually no reason to have those two things connected, other than perhaps the politicization of the issues, in my view. And so these were the numbers back in that same annual report that I referred to before, but in 1996. So what's that? A long time ago. Okay, so just to clarify, so within the humanitarian visa framework, you have the 200 visas, the 201 visas, the 202, the 203, 204. The vast majority are pretty much an even split between the 200s and the 202s, I would say. And so the 200s tend to be people referred to Australia by the UN through a UN process of refugee status determination. The 201s are quite rare, historically military interpreters. So to be a refugee, we'll go through that in a moment, but you need to be outside of your country. Whereas for the 201 visa, you don't need to be outside your country. So you can actually be granted that visa in your country. So for example, the Afghan military interpreter I mentioned. 202, so that's the program where any Australian, permanent resident or citizen or eligible New Zealander can propose someone for a humanitarian visa. But for them to have any chance of success, given the numbers of visas available and the number of applications, in a normal year, you'd have 80,000 applications. And what did we say? 10,000-ish places available. In a year where you had the situation in Afghanistan, you might have 150,000 applications, 10,000 places available. So those numbers aren't great. What we do is we charge for our services, but if it's refused, it's usually because there weren't enough visas. So we just resubmit and resubmit and resubmit. We just keep doing that. And then people, ultimately, most people will get a visa. That takes a long time, as I've said. So to prioritise those visa applications, the Australian government prioritises on the basis of relationship, biological relationship between the proposer and the applicant, which is why if I was to propose my mother, it would have a higher chance of success than if I was to propose my cousin or nephew or niece or something. The 203, I've only ever seen one of those granted. And that was to someone from Myanmar who just happened to walk into the embassy in Bangkok and they gave him one. So, things happen. And he ended up here very quickly. The woman at risk visa, again, similar to the 200 visa, tends to come through the UN system. The other thing about the woman at risk visa is you don't have to be a woman to get one. You can be the partner of a woman who was granted one who didn't know where her partner was at the time, who finds a partner later, usually through the Red Cross, and then your partner can come as a woman at risk. So there you go. And they tend to be resettled, well, they're resettled from overseas. So, and the definition under the regulation to be granted this visa, I think this is important because it's different to the protection. So that's what I'm trying to do, is distinguish the humanitarian from protection for you. Subject to substantial discrimination amounting to gross violation of human rights in the applicant's home country and is living in a country other than the applicant's home country with the exception of the 201. But you can see the language there is quite broad. We'll get to the protection shortly. Okay, protection. So these are for people who have cleared immigration, have arrived in Australia potentially on a visitor visa or perhaps a student visa, and the circumstances in their country may change, or they may have been granted those temporary visas and they're able to get here, and then they apply for this visa. I always tell people to apply for this visa as a last resort. Part of that is, from my perspective, looking at the interrelationship between the numbers that are available. So any one of these that's granted means one less for humanitarian. The other side of it is it's not a pleasant experience, generally speaking. I find this a helpful diagram. We've had a number of people come through our office over the years who've gone on to practice in this area. And I always use this. Effectively, a refugee is someone who's outside their home country, has a well-founded fear of being persecuted or harmed if returned to that country. And the harm feared is for one or more of the listed convention reasons. So this is in relation to the Refugee Convention. And it's ethnicity, nationality, religion, political opinion, and membership of particular social groups. So you only need to be persecuted for one of those reasons, although you can be persecuted for more than one, and then you'd have what we call a cumulative claim for protection. But interestingly, for the topic we're discussing today, note the finger there that says religion, because sometimes that disappears once you come to Australia, and I want to highlight that a little bit. Well, not disappears, but the framework doesn't necessarily cater for it. Let's put it that way. Okay. The other reason that you can be granted a protection visa onshore in Australia is under what we call complementary protection. Has substantial grounds, so this is an applicant, has substantial grounds for believing that as a necessary and foreseeable consequence of the non-citizen being removed from Australia to a receiving country, there's a real risk that this non-citizen will suffer significant harm. So you can see the language there's shifted, all of those terms, there's very narrow meanings, a lot more in that than with our humanitarian visas that we're talking about in terms of the legal nature of a claim for protection in Australia. The term significant harm, for example, is defined arbitrarily deprived of his or her life, which I think means being killed. You might be. Subjected to torture, subjected to cruel or inhumane treatment or punishment, subjected to degrading treatment or punishment. This is the program, and this comes from the Refugee Council of Australia, who I actually find really helpful. A lot of their materials really helpful if you're looking for anything. And the policy officer there has been there for a long time, and I can't speak highly enough. But you'll see that the numbers are low. I mean, obviously COVID, effectively the last 2 years, well, that 2-year period, you know, the borders were closed. So for people to be granted humanitarian visas, very difficult. Most of our clients were able to avail themselves, though, of psychological services that the government made available, which was very good. Okay. I thought what would be helpful as well was a case study. And so, full disclosure, my wife is actually on the board of this organisation, Sanctuary Northern Rivers, which is based in Lismore. But I interviewed the president of that organisation just to bring you some of his thoughts, some of his insights, because I can tell you my thoughts and my insights, but I thought it would be interesting to hear from him. But that organisation is a local community-based not-for-profit organisation run by volunteers that assists offshore refugees to come to Australia. Founded in 2003, has assisted approximately 200 African refugees to settle in Lismore, Mullumbimby, provides assistance, sponsorship when applying for a visa under the program, financial assistance in the form of airfares for these people to come to Australia when a visa is granted, and personal support throughout the settlement process. And they've recently had 2 families after a long period without any arrive. And so I thought it would be helpful to us sit down. So I sat down with him and I asked him the strengths and weaknesses. He said the strengths of the program is family members are sponsoring, and I've just put SIC there because it's proposing is the technical term, and it's actually important to understand that difference. Family members, Sanctuary Northern Rivers has an even bigger role to support. Sorry, I'm looking on the wrong one. There you go. Bigger role to support their families and how they support their newly arrived family members. So in other words, the people who are proposing people to come also need support in supporting their families, because we're now sort of in that up to that sort of almost second generation, or that organisation is up to that second generation of applicants. Strengthen communities who are able to engage in helping people to find life, a greater sense of belonging sooner. And he was at great lengths to not use the word integration. Communities, regional, to engage in innate friendliness and innate hospitality, quite hospitable, quite forgiving, quite friendly. Weaknesses I thought this was an extraordinary comment, and it just came so naturally as I interviewed him. In other countries, principalities and powers look very different to the principalities and powers here, because our principalities and powers here are largely bureaucratic. People who arrived and other family have not been included in their visa, probably a fear driver in some of that. And that was referring to people going through the process, let's say predominantly in Africa. Maybe they have a partner, but they don't want to mention they have a partner because they think that their visa might be compromised in some way. And that's actually the worst thing they could possibly do, because you come here, you then risk cancellation of your visa. You might have to spend $15,000 to bring someone on a partner visa, something like that. So it becomes very complicated. And the amount of money people need to send to support their families that they've left behind, which is part of the driver behind people engaging people like us to help bring their family members, because they feel an obligation to continue to support people who are in refugee contexts that are their family members. Another weakness is the number of people who are allowed, his words, so that just means the number of visas available, the number able to be granted. He identified a quicker loss of cultural identity for some families in regional areas. He said kids grow up being very Aussie very quickly. And also the system can be politicised. It makes people who are newly arrived feel more insecure. Now, so this next part, I asked him a specific question around faith and spiritual needs within the humanitarian program. And part of the reason why I asked that question was because thinking back to that hand where you can have a claim for protection because of your religion only, that's all you need. And yet when you arrive in Australia, there's obligations that are stated by the Australian government as to what a proposer should do to help their family member who are granted that visa, upon arrival in Australia. And that's things like, meet them at the airport, help them register with Medicare and Centrelink, help them to potentially find a home. But there's no mention of any sort of spiritual needs or any sort of aspect associated with faith. And I thought that was actually surprising. Given that a lot of the people that certainly I've encountered, particularly through the humanitarian program, but also through the protection visas, have a faith. And so I was wanting to draw upon his thoughts as to whether he thought that was something that also needed to be considered in a greater way within the overall framework of the program. He said, we understand the religious background of people when they're arriving. And he said that they have a conversation, but it's not a conversation where people are made to feel as if they need to conform to a religious idea, but just an exploration of what their religious background is and where their roots lie in terms of religion. He then says, and then around engaging in a faith community, it's faith communities that are actually one of the greatest resources in terms of people finding a sense of home, belonging, and community, if it's the right faith community, and it may not exist for all religions in all places. And the only other comment I will make is that also around, I've observed that when families arrive, there can also be agendas by some of the support services that come alongside some of these people who are settling, who are arriving in Australia. And when I say agendas, what I mean by that is sometimes it's not overt, sometimes it's not even, it's quite subtle. But for example, you may have an assumption that someone who's arriving in Australia will want to enrol their children in a public school, okay? You might assume that. Now, there might be reasons to assume that. It's affordable, it's available, okay? But at the same token, if a bursary is offered, for example, from a Christian school and the family are Pentecostal and that school is affiliated with a Pentecostal school, that may also be just as appropriate for that family. And yet I've observed resistance in that. I'm just saying that's something I have noticed. All right. And then just coming back to policy and legislative changes to reduce the water walking faith required, I decided just to go for like a couple because there's more than a couple. But one would be to break that connection. And this is something that the Refugee Council of Australia have suggested. Breaking that link is the language they use between the onshore and the offshore components of the humanitarian program. So in other words, if someone is applying in Australia for protection and going to be considered under a completely different framework and different definitions to the humanitarian visas, which are going to be considered completely differently, why connect the two in terms of numbers? One of the other reasons, particularly for people who are who are applying for protection visas, that matters, is that if you've only got 2,000 places, even if it's not a formal cap, and they make the point here, remove the cap whether it's an informal whether it's official or informal, limiting the number of onshore permanent protection visas. The reason that matters is processing time. So if I apply for protection and and I have valid, strong claims for protection, I might find that my particular visa application takes years to process simply because there's been this numerical cap placed on the number of protection visas that can be granted in any 1 year. Now, of course, there's budgetary impacts. I get all of that. But the human side of that is that people lack the certainty in their immigration status, and they would much prefer not to see me for as long as they need to, I'm sure. Okay, and these are my 3 things that I said. Treat visa applicants with respect. Now, you would think that we wouldn't need to say that, but some of the things that I've observed in the last 10 years and the behaviour that I've seen from people who have a logo of the Australian government behind them, and the way they are treating people who are simply articulating genuine claims for protection and explaining their circumstances quite patiently and quite carefully is absolutely extraordinary. And I think that, and in these places, oftentimes video cameras are not allowed. You know, there's not witnesses in the room other than sometimes people like me. So I've also seen circumstances where people are brought into a room and all of the chairs are screwed to the floor. And they're just far enough that it's uncomfortable, you know, so you just can't quite, you know, be seated in a way that would be suitable, and you're there for a long period of time. So things like that are just disrespectful, i.e. the implication is that somebody who's seeking protection is likely, I don't know, I've never seen it myself, to try and pick up a chair and do something with it, right? Anyway. And then the Australian government complies with legislation, case law, policy, including due process, procedural fairness and natural justice. And again, in a country like Australia, to even have to say that really blows my mind, really. Asking the government to comply with legislation, case law and policy, including due process, procedural fairness and natural justice. So I spend a lot of my day calmly and carefully, usually trying to do it in 1 or 2 sentences because I find that works best, saying that. And that has led to hundreds, I guess, of people now being granted visas in Australia, despite the government's their agenda. And then overall, increase the number of offshore humanitarian visas available to be granted to reduce processing times. So, and this was one example I just gave, I looked up quickly. So we had someone granted last month, February 2024, and they applied in April 2018. So that's only just shy of, 6 years processing time. And so you've got the family sending money back, you've got the uncertainty, you've got, now I will say 2 years of that was COVID, okay? But even let's say a 4-year processing time, that does seem to be quite extraordinary. So there's a lot of work that can be done. And although I have faith, I'd like to use it in different areas. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We appreciate our first 3 presenters, and they really provoked our thoughts about some of the current issues around migration, around policies, and so on. We will take a short break now, just for morning tea. What I'm going to suggest is for us to have 15 minutes of morning tea, just stretch, walk around, and then if we could come back at 11:45 at the latest, then we will just proceed with the keynote presentation. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to all our online participants. We're going to take a break now for 15 minutes. We'll be back exactly at 11:45 for the keynote presentation. So you're welcome. Grab yourself a cuppa, and then we'll see you soon. We will now proceed to the next presentation, focusing on religion, intercultural relations, practice in multicultural cities. And today we're privileged to have with us the accredited Professor Dr Fethi Mansouri, who is the founding director of the Deakin University Peking Institute for Citizenship and Globalization. He also doubles as the UNESCO Chair in Cultural Diversity and Social Justice. He will be leading our talks with the keynote presentation. And please join me. Welcome, Fethi.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much for having me, Titus, and good, I think it's still good morning, yeah, technically it's still good morning. So good morning, everyone. Like my predecessors in terms of speakers, I also would like to start by acknowledging that we are meeting on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations, and acknowledge that these lands have never been ceded, and that the journey towards reconciliation is an ongoing one, and we hope that we will collectively make progress towards that very, very important social agenda item for us as people living in Australia. When Titus asked me to come and speak to you, I was thinking a symposium on migration and religion, how best to approach a presentation, not knowing really what the particular framing of this symposium is. But academics being academics, we always like to problematize things, and we like to test our ideas, both in abstract manners, but also in terms of empirical research. So I looked at some of the work that I've been doing over the last few years. Some of it has actually finished, some of it is still ongoing, and wanted to explore with you, not so much the doctrinal side of religion and its connection to, or its intersection with migration, but really the aspect of the lived everyday religion and how that impacts the journey of social integration for migrants. And what kind of dynamics come into that, yeah? What kind of impacts, what kind of social outcomes, and look at the policy levers, which are extremely important to understand too. Sorry, is that me doing that? Or the speaking? Sorry. So, as I said, I wanted to start by looking at how do we want to conceptualize and contextualize religion in a supposedly secular liberal context, yeah? I say supposedly because I think there's a lot of critique that needs to be had around those notions of secularism and liberal societies. Why is it important to resist and challenge manifestations of what I call cultural oppression vis-a-vis minoritized groups, whether that's on the basis of religion, race, or any other form of differentiation? And can a liberal democracy, like the one that we all live in, can it retain a moral integrity if discrimination in general, and in particular, whether it's in the form of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, gender, sexuality kind of oppression, remain unchallenged? Can we really retain that moral integrity that we claim? Or if minority groups are not afforded the same rights and protections? And of course, looking at what's happening right now overseas, have these conflicts really, not just the current in terms of what's happening in the Middle East or what's happening in Ukraine, Russia, or what's happening in some of the tension in the South China Sea, problems in sub-Saharan Africa. There's lots of conflicts right now, ongoing conflicts across the globe. Have they led to a kind of normalization of some of these biases that we've carried with us for decades and centuries in some cases, yeah? In particular, the ones on religious spaces, they tend to be the most salient, the strongest form of bias. Sorry, is it? Do I have to go there to more? Yeah, there you go. So what role for religion in Western secular societies? I'm just here, I'm not going to read everything, but just put some pointers. So there are arguments that religion in general, but religious diversity in particular, does represent challenges to notions of identity, cohesion, even equality in some of these societies. Why? Because religion is often invoked as being a much stronger marker of identity than other variables. language, culture, ethnocultural background, it's always religion that speaks the strongest to who we are, right? And in that sense, it is a challenge to discourses of cohesion, social cohesion, community, etc. Yeah, and it's also for that reason that it becomes always invoked as a source of trouble, problem. Yeah, raises also issues of prejudice. You can only look at the many crises that we've seen recently, whether it's I was talking to someone from Myanmar, the Rohingyas in Myanmar. You look at some of the conflict in sub-Saharan Africa. You look at the issues of Maghrebis in France, Turkish people in Germany, Southeast Asians, Pakistan, and you name it. Yeah, there's always a strong religious dimension to some of those problems. Yeah. So the question is, how can liberal societies accommodate religious diversity? Can there be a secularist accommodation of religious diversity? What will it look like, right? And how can religion be integrated in public life? Or should we just accept one of the, and I'll talk about secularization theory in a minute, one of the three dimensions of secularization theory, which is privatization of religion. Keep it to the private, yeah? And of course, the issue of double standards. It really is a big one. I was doing a fieldwork in Paris many years ago as part of an ARC project, which was looking at Muslim Islamic religiosity in the West. And I spent a lot of time in the National Library in Paris. And I was, well, not surprised, I was actually shocked that France's laicity, all of you are familiar with the laicity, the very muscular form of secularism that France adopts and really defends it almost religiously. It's an oxymoron. The French laicity still allows the state government to actually fund certain denominations, but not others. So the Catholic school system in France, for instance, is largely and generously funded by the state. This is a society and a state that says we uphold the laicity, which is even a step further from secularism. And yet you can see that the majority-minority thing is still very much at play. So it's all well documented. There's archives in the French libraries about this. So those double standards are important to understand. So, as I said, secularization theory talks about three things, really. It's differentiation between the secular versus, between the religious versus the secular, the other. A declining in personal religiosity. So these are the three arguments, hypotheses of secularization, and the privatization of religiosity. So what it says is secularization will gather momentum as these three things continue to progress. One is differentiation. We start to separate. Two, declining, and I think Philip's presentation talked about the no religion. And the third is privatization. So even if you are religious, keep it to yourself, do it at home, don't exhibit it in public, yeah? So that's the... But of course, for multicultural societies, the secularization trajectories, and depending on which society we are talking about, in Australia, we have a kind of a very proud multicultural heritage. In other places, there's the Republican model of trying to manage diversity. In those two kind of models, the multiculturalists, so let's say Canada, Australia, New Zealand to an extent, to a lesser degree, the UK, and then all the other Republican models. So what you are trying to do is equalizing. Yeah, I call it here the religious equalizing movement or trajectory. One equalizes upward, one equalizes downward. So with multiculturalism, you really want to equalize downwards in the sense that you want to empower the local communities to retain those markers, identity markers, and therefore give them a little bit of leeway, flexibility in terms of how they want to achieve that, yeah? Whereas in Republican models, you want to bring everyone to the top, treat them the same, the equal, et cetera, et cetera. So you can see this religious equalizing, if you like, approach, how it works across different political systems. A lot of the research I did in my academic role have focused on case studies, and I've looked in particular recently at the case study of Muslim diasporas, Muslim communities in the West. Of course, because they've been making headline news, no doubt, but also because of what, as we heard earlier, there's a growing perception of this incompatibility of Islam as a religion, as a base for identity, with the so-called Western values. And I call the so-called because a lot of them are actually not Western, but they're human values in many ways. And of course, now there's even talk about I guess, people like Casanova, Assad, and Taylor, these political theorists, these people who've been theorizing about the process of secularization. The argument now is we actually moved beyond that. What recent events, I should say, have shown us is that we have moved almost into the post-secular. Yes, there was a period in Europe, the Middle Ages, when European powers wanted to separate because they wanted really to rein in the power of the church. That happened for a couple of centuries, but we've seen since the mid-20th century a reclaiming of the public role of religion. Yeah, so maybe you can take an example. You can say, "Oh, look what's happening in Iran, an Islamic revolution. Look what's happened in other societies where, even in North America, where right Christian groups now are really driving the political agenda. And you can see a very strong, very prominent role for religion in those societies. So it's not just global South, it's even the global North when we are seeing an assertion of religion in the public role. So what is at stake is really trying to move away from reductionist approach to this question, this kind of banal association between religiosity, for instance, if it's visible religiosity in particular, and notions of selfhood. That in certain progressive discourses in the West, we see that if someone is excessively religious, that causes problem to them personally, that's notion of selfhood, but also to society because it doesn't allow them to integrate socially because they think there's that kind of religion as a very strong marker of identity prevents them from doing that. Or problem of allegiance. Where's the allegiance of these people? If they have a strong identification with one particular ideology or religion. So it's a problematic understanding of religiosity. It projects a notion of fixity, critical acceptance, or the lack of adaptation and change, as I mentioned earlier. So the question that you see it in particular in scholarship on the intersection of religion and migration is the notion, where is the relationship between the sacred and between the material, the temporal? So in everyday life, we engage in what we call the temporal, the here and now, the material, the physical things within which we operate. Yet the moment we invoke our religious spirituality, if you like, or our faith traditions, then you cross into the sacred, yeah? And I think that relationship between the sacred and between the temporal is extremely important to understand in the context of intersection of migration and religion. And of course, my last point there is we don't really reflect on what I call the heuristic capabilities or capacity of religion. And that is, what I mean by that is that if you look at early research on migrant settlement in North America, and even it's still happening right now, you will find that faith-based organizations, churches, etc., have played an amazingly important role in facilitating the settlement of migrants in North America. Much more than we do here, by the way, much, much more. And in America, it is accepted that faith-based organizations and churches can play that role without invoking any sense of kind of hysteria or paranoia. It is much less in our society because we still have this kind of very ambivalent relationship with religion, yeah? So we know that it has a role to play, but we prefer it not to be at the forefront, right? So we prefer to say Ethnic Communities Council of Victoria, Federation of Ethnic Communities Council, Migrant Resource Centers. So we like always to couch religion within broader kind of cultural labels, yeah? You're clicking better than me, Titus. I like this one particular slide. Just take a moment to read it. So here I'm talking about religion, migration, what role, what implications. It's the best slide ever I've seen. Don't you agree? Now that you've finished reading it, I did not write that slide. It's not my slide. What I did late last night, I think, is I went to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT that question. I said, tell me about religion or migration, what role implication? This came from ChatGPT. So it's just a little, everything else is mine. This is not mine. All right, just tells you about the increasing role of AI in our lives, yeah? It's just that I wanted to share with you. It's actually not bad. If you look at it, it really is not bad. It talks about community and support, cultural preservation, but that's not me. That's ChatGPT. That's an answer I got from AI. So I always do these things, and we play with AI now a lot in terms of how it can complement what we do. And so there's obviously an issue there to be understood. But that is a slide. I should actually reference that. It's AI slide, not mine. All right. Now, just a little bit of the next one, please, Titus. And now I'm going to get into some of the research I've done here. Look in particular in terms of Islam and Muslims and Islamophobia in Australia. So as has been mentioned earlier by Philip, now it's 3.2% of the population in terms of Muslims, just over, actually the latest 2023 became 3.6. So you can access the latest data now, almost live kind of updating. Yet, of course, then going back to what I said earlier, as religious markers of identity become far more problematized than other markers of identity, you find that, even though it's only 3.2%, they evoke a disproportionately negative public response. So the moment you talk about Muslims or the moment you talk about other religious groups, there is always this sense of panic and the sense of a crisis. We know this because when you analyze, for instance, the Scanlon mapping social cohesion surveys over many years, you'll find that there's a constant, there's a kind of a really constant negative finding there, whereby attitudes towards religious groups, 27% of people expressed a negative attitude towards Muslims, and only 16% towards other Christian denominations. Yeah, here I'm lumping everyone. So it's almost like twice. But the latest one, there's a decline in those negative from 41 to 27%. Still, even though that's encouraging, when you compare that with attitudes towards other faith traditions, you see, for instance, negative attitudes towards Christians was 3% in 2014, and Buddhist 5% 2014, declined even further in 23. So I always say it's like fourfolds almost in terms of how people view certain religious groups as opposed to and this again goes back to the earlier observation I made, which is the majoritarian versus the minoritized groups. Yeah, there's always that power dynamics, like racism. Racism, you can't really understand it if you do not understand power imbalance in society. So you're hearing all about Sam Kerr and what apparently Sam Kerr said to a white policeman. You've heard that, yeah? White, called him white, excuse the language, be us, yeah? Don't want to say it. And so the discussion is that racism or not racism? Legally it is. So if you're legally speaking, if you're calling someone pejoratively using a term and referring to their color of their skin, it could be. But racism is not just a legal matter. Racism is about context. It's about history of injustice and in power. So a white policeman in the UK, I'm sorry, he's not going to be someone who have a problem with society where he's in a position of lack of power. Yeah. So it's always important to understand that. We can't just stick to legalities, I'm sorry, or technicalities. Yeah. Sometimes the context, social context, is far more important. So my own thing is here. Sorry, no, I'm trying to catch up to you, but mine is somehow froze here. So can you go back one slide earlier, please, Titus? I'm not sure where I am. Yeah, so this is really similar to the perception of Muslims in Australia, and of course you can ask why. So there's an overarching argument in the literature at two levels, really. One level says excess religiosity equals equals basically a risk for society, yeah? In particular when it happens amongst groups which are not perceived to be compatible with that particular society. So that's the first one. That's very specific to religion. There's an even bigger argument that has really shaped sociological research in Europe, was driven by the likes of Robert Putnam. You probably read some of his writings, Bowling Alone, etc., and also Ted Cantle, who is not really an academic, but he now acquires the status of academic, who worked on social cohesion in the UK. The argument and the hypothesis that a lot of these people have been pushing in Europe and in the UK is that the more diversity we have in those societies, the more weakened social cohesion will be. So they were mounting an argument to policymakers to cut down on migration. Why? Because these people bringing more diversity at cultural, linguistic, religious, and as diversity grows, we're going to have weakened social cohesion outcomes. So this research was framed in that context, trying to say, well, actually, let's look at this empirically and test and see what's going on in reality, because that is an extremely, in my view, polarizing position to take, and it is targeting and being aimed at certain groups in our community. So if you move on to the next one, please. So one of the problems, of course, that we say is you should not be a reductionist. You should not essentialize other groups. So you think all Muslims are the same, all Christians are the same, all Buddhists are the same, all Jewish people are the same. Well, there is a lot, in particular for Muslims, there is even more heterogeneity, more diversity, internal diversity at the level of ethnicity, at the level of nationality, of course, that would come from 51 different countries. Geography, they could come from Asia, Africa, actually even from Europe, if we are Bosnian, right? Language, they speak different languages, from Turkish to Arabic to Indonesian, Bahasa, to so many languages here, and also to migration history and pattern. They don't all end up here following the same journey. Some come as asylum seekers, refugees, some come as students, some come as part of family migration, some are here as through other different visa processes that they have engaged. Yet a lot of them, because of that categorization, we treat them as basically being same, you know, they're all part of the same group, they're all Muslims, you know, and therefore they all have the same issues. We have to be careful about them in relation to security, etc. Of course, the hyper-securitization of our domestic politics is just shameful in many ways over the last two, 3 decades. So that is the problem we're dealing with when you talk about religion as being a strong marker of identity, right? Because it blinds a lot of nuance, it blinds a lot of context-specific analysis, and it blinds a lot of even common sense and values-driven approach to good policy making, right? And here is the excess hypothesis, what I call the excess hypothesis, yeah? And this is really, again, it can easily be looked at in terms of secularization hypothesis or theory, that there is a public misperception or misunderstanding of a deficit in Muslim civic engagement, which perpetuates notions that not only it makes them unable to integrate, but also makes them prone to being violent extremists, yeah? So, and some of the research I'll show with you later will actually touch upon that, testing that particular hypothesis. Implicit, go back just to the second point, sorry. So implicit in that debate is a central question whether Muslims living in the West have the individual capacity and the societal means to become fully active citizens. That is, they engage civically. They have local attachment. They embrace notions of belonging to where they live, yeah? And here, just to give you a bit of a historical, theological, if you like, angle on this, it is reported, you know, the Islam has 2 sources of jurisprediction, yeah? 2 main sources. The third one is man-made, but the 2 main ones are the Quran, then the Prophet's sayings, and then the third one, which is ever evolving, is the legal interpretations, yeah? Like jurisprudence, people are experts in interpretation. They have a particular methodology of doing that. So it is reported that the Prophet was asked, and of course, Islam itself is a religion of migration. So the Islamic calendar is a calendar called the Hijri. Hijri in Arabic means migration. So the Islamic calendar starts when the Prophet migrated from Mecca to Medina. So that's just to really capture the essence of migration. So the Prophet was asked when migration started to happen of Muslims away from Mecca, where can we settle? Where can we live? And because at that time, Medina had a lot of pagans, had a lot of Jewish tribes, had a lot of different types of Bedouins living there, and each and every single tribe controlled a piece of territory, and they had their own, yeah? So the Prophet said, there are three conditions. If you find those three conditions, you should live there, respect the laws of that land, and fully integrate yourself. And they said, what are these three conditions? They said, three conditions, they allow you to pray. So if you can pray, that's a good thing. They said, what's the second condition? They said, the second condition, you are allowed to trade, to earn a living. And what is the third condition? Third condition, that you are allowed to build networks, not just among yourselves as Muslims, but with the others. So you are socially accepted, basically. So it's the spiritual, the economic, and the social. If those three conditions are met, that's where your loyalty should be, right? So this is really from a kind of a historical, theological point of view. So if we can move on to the next one. So what I will share with you now is finding from two projects. And I'm not sure how I'm going with time, but please, when I've got like 5-10 minutes, remind me. Yeah? I think we've got another 15 minutes. So these are two projects which I've been involved in, and both of them are comparative, yeah, international comparative, because it's always nice to, when you're testing and when you're trying to empirically understand a phenomenon, it's always nice to not just do it in one case study jurisdiction, to do it in 2 or 3, especially when the dynamics are different. The policy dynamics are different. The history of those political systems also are slightly different. That gives you a much better understanding of the nuances of each and every case. So the two projects, one is the Islamic Religiosity in the West project, which was an ARC discovery project, and the other one is complementary survey data, which started in 2016. Using the Australian social attitude survey data. Really the main question is whether Islamic beliefs, rituals, and faith-based practices in particular allow Muslim migrants in the West to really integrate and become full citizens in terms of civic engagement, in terms of attachment, or whether it actually does exclude them and bring them to the margins of society, because we can't really, we live in a Western secular society, we're not able to do anything. Therefore, we retreat and we become kind of self-excluded. Next slide, please. But here, I'm looking at religiosity not really from a doctrinal kind of perspective. I'm really looking at it from an everyday lived experience. So everyday lived religiosity. So that is faith and practice. So when we ask people, the first question is, do you believe? Are you a believer? That is the minimum requirement. They might or might not be practicing, but at least that's the first one, yeah? Yes, I believe in God. Great. So you are included in this project. The second question is, which is important to us, is the practice. And it's not like whether you practice or not, but how often, what's the intensity? Are you, do you go to religious institutions? Do you attend sermons? Yeah, so do you practice your faith, basically? So do you observe a lot of those religious requirements? So that's important too, yeah. So it's really about faith and practice. So as you can see, it was in 3 countries, in Australia, France, in particular Lyon, Grenoble, and also in Detroit, America. And that's the total numbers of participants, about 378. Now, the reason why those 3 were chosen, I've already alluded to this earlier. It's because of the 3 policy/political approaches that they have to diversity. We have a very strong multicultural approach here. France has a very strong laicity, secular kind of approach, where it really, I wasn't even able to ask questions about religion in surveys. When I wanted to actually find out that they're not allowed to ask about religion. We have French people here. We don't talk about religion. So that was really quite shocking to me that there is no publicly available data on religiosity. And America, as I said earlier, it is a Republican model where it allows religion to be present, but it doesn't have the same mechanism that we have through multicultural policy to actually support communities. Yeah. So it all happens through faith-based organizations and churches and mosques and whatever. Yeah. So 3 very different models, if you like, towards diversity. Next. And actually, I'm ahead of myself. I already explained this to you, right? So this is the justification of why those 3 case studies. You can see there plus, minus, minus, minus. That's really in terms of constitutional rights and policy support. Australia plus, America plus minus, France minus, minus. Don't we like it when the French always minus, minus? Because France, of course, they prohibit visible religious symbols. They had the headscarf ban. They pretend that they don't provide any funding to anything that's religious. Yeah, et cetera, et cetera. So lots of things that we can. I come from French colonies, so I always have something against it. Like, yeah, I want to get up there with the French. You know, my dad actually is interesting. My dad fought with the French army, so literally he was a French soldier. And then fought against the French army for our independence. My dad, 7 years in wars, and he tells me all sorts of stories. He said, he cannot believe the problems I have mentally and psychologically, that one day I'm into China, right, fighting with the French army, go back to Tunisia, where I'm from originally, now that you know, and he was drafted to become part of because he was highly trained, to become the resistance military group that fought the French out of Tunisia. So this is why we are. So forgive my excitement when I talk about. And plus, I grew up with bilingual French and Arabic. So yeah. Next slide. Oh, you already moved to my next slide. Thank you, Titus. So, the key. I'm gonna try to summarize the key findings because there's a lot of data, and I don't want you to get lost in the data. But basically, the overall is that religious practices actually do nourish a grounded sense of social justice among those groups, responsibility and respect. Really important to note that for the rights of others, including non-Muslim neighbors, co-citizens, and the environment. Religiosity, Islamic, does not weaken a sense of belonging to an engagement with the political community. On the contrary, it does provide strong directives for active citizenship and attachment. And subjective dimensions of religiosity, the overarching theme here indicates that there's a relationship between God and the individual. That relationship is developed and nurtured through rituals and practices. And that is extremely important for the participant's self-identity and worldview and ethical orientations towards others. In particular, those rituals connect individuals to society and enhance their agentic capacities. These are findings from both interviews and survey data across the 3 sites that I shared with you earlier. But now we can, these are a summary. So now we can dig a little deep, yeah? So here I'm talking about religious practices, public space, and social connectedness, yeah? So religious practice and related rituals are associated with positive attitudinal and behavioral outcomes. Of course, you would expect that, right? Because you are advised, instructed, if you like, guided to do the right thing. Do the right thing by your neighbor, by the needy, by the weak, by the elderly, yeah? That's common across all religions. And I think the more you are receiving that kind of message, the more likely that you are going to be someone who behaves accordingly, right? So there's not really... generally, religious practices in Islam tend to generate an inclination to reach out to others, including through actions that call for intercultural connectivity, but also social justice. One of the interesting findings is the extent of cross-cultural networking that has been exhibited among the respondents, that a lot of them want to reach out to people, not just within the community, but also beyond that community, right? I did another project, which is not listed here, in IRC linkage project with the Center for Multicultural Youth, and we tested the social networking practices of migrant youth among Arab-speaking migrants, Pacific Islanders, and African youth. And we found similar findings across the three groups, that desire for cross-cultural networking. You know, the impression you get from the media is that every community is wanting to keep to its own. Research doesn't actually tell us that. Yes, they have their own challenges, but all of them are hungry for engaging beyond their own network. The next one, Titus. Same thing in relation to citizenship and political engagement. As I said earlier, and I gave that little anecdotal historical fact, the core practices of Islam do correspond with those traditions of citizenship, which really talk about civic engagement, talk about solidarity, if you like. And there is a strong focus on the core values of equality, diversity, and rights. Yeah. Yeah, and of course, I mean, we know that those interventions that happen locally through houses of worship, if you like, they always tend to be driven by that commitment to values of justice, equality, and rights. Yeah. Next one, Titus. Here, a summary of key statistical findings, and then we can scan quickly through them because I'm mindful of the time and don't want to be the person who stands between you and your lunch. Again, across the three sites, majority, more than 70%, indicate they can integrate aspects of the Islamic values with domestic law. You know, this has been a huge argument about, but these people follow Sharia law. If they follow Sharia law, they're not going to follow all domestic laws. Why? Because they don't necessarily coincide. And yeah, so more than 70% that they have no issues whatsoever in, as a matter of fact, being faithful to their religious laws while respecting the domestic laws. Some others might have said, yeah, it is tricky, difficult sometimes, you know. If I'm working in a restaurant, I have to serve alcohol. That's not really ideal. If I'm serving, dealing with pork, so a lot of those things, yeah, come into also dealing with interest with banks, etc. Almost 95% indicate performing Islamic rituals in gender positive attitudes, including openness, love, and tolerance. Less than 2% selected negative attitudes in terms of resistance and lack of engagement. Yeah, so there's some pockets of negativity, but not very significant. More than 70% indicate Islamic practice makes them better citizens, that is, more engaged, willing to contribute more. And despite rising levels of Islamophobia, still more than 60% indicate that Islamic practice helps them to feel and build stronger local attachment. But almost 30% indicated that they do face significant everyday challenges being Muslims in their local neighborhoods. That is very high. As I said, that actually is aligned with the findings from the Mapping Social Cohesion Survey by the Scanlon Foundation. So it's more or less, so it shows you that the data is consistent when it comes to these forms of prejudice, and which is why my talk has that prejudice there in the title, yeah? And here's some of the data we can show you. So the three colors reflect green Australia, red France, and gray America. And this question is, do you feel being Muslim in your local neighborhood is a challenge, right? So remember that France is the red. So often and sometimes is a challenge, France is the highest in both. Yeah, if you combine the negative values, it is significantly higher than the others. Whereas if you look at Australia, the blue, that the rarely and the missing is the higher. So the situation is actually far more positive in Australia. This is why I always say when I talk about these issues, racism or multiculturalism or diversity or whatever, I say if you only look at Australia, you would think that we have excuse the language, a lost cause here. Yeah, I was going to use more colorful language, but I just restrained myself not to use colorful language. Being in a university of this nature, of course. But it's the interesting thing here is France in particular is high on the negative, low on the positive, right? Australia is the reverse. So it's quite interesting. The UK is always somewhere in between. The USA is somewhere in between. But nevertheless, it just says a lot about the kind of model that France has pursued and has pursued very robustly and aggressively and in muscular ways, towards really oppressing any form of religious identification. So you see what you get these kind of outcomes, next slide. Now, that was an ARC project, was complemented by accessing and evaluating the Australian social attitude survey data, And so really what I wanted to analyze with a colleague of mine, who's a fantastic quantitative researcher, Matteo Vergani, was we wanted to analyze, measure prejudice, threat, and knowledge. So we're going to say, where is that negativity coming from? So we want to understand, is it actually lack of knowledge? Is it people think they know, but they don't know? Is it a perception that these people pose a threat to us, security threat, or combination of those things? Remember, there are three variables we're testing: knowledge, real knowledge, factual knowledge, perceived knowledge, and perceived threat, right? So there's three variables. So is there an interaction between threat, knowledge, and prejudice? So next slide, Titus. So here just look at the questions, So prejudice against practicing Muslims. So for instance, practicing Muslims are pious people. So that's a positive framed statement. They're pious people, and therefore they are more trustworthy, So you see the strongly disagree is 53%. That is actually shocking. You tell someone, a pious Muslim person is trustworthy, and 53% disagreed with that. So here, really, the test is trying to frame certain statements negatively or positively. So we don't fall in the trap of people just ticking the box and you think you've got the right outcomes. The next one, practicing Muslims are the same as any other citizens. Doesn't matter if they practice or not, So that is lower, 23%. So claiming that they are ordinary people is only 23%. Right, in terms of disagreement. But the good thing, the agreement jumps to 55%. The very controversial practicing Muslims do not fit Australian society. Here you get the disagreement is still healthy, 54. But if you look at the combination of agree and undecided, that's well above 40%, or almost 42%. So 42% are either agreeing that they don't fit, or I don't care, I don't know. Maybe not, undecided. That's still very high. That is very, very high. In a society, which I said earlier, comparatively speaking, we are kind of a model of success in terms of multiculturalism and diversity, And the one that's really practicing Muslims should be, pose the threat to Australian society, similar findings to the previous one. Do not fit and pose a threat. I mean, you can look at the rest of them, but really the findings are quite shocking in many ways. And that takes me to what I was saying earlier, that the moment we rely on essentialized, banal, reductionist framing of other groups, in particular when it comes to religion, this is what you get, And then you talk why we have a problem of racism or Islamophobia or anti-Semitism. The answer is here. The next one, please, Titus. There's more to come. Some of we have techniques in social science survey research, which if we want to assess the level of acceptability of certain groups, we have certain questions we ask. One of them is neighborhood. The other one is intermarriage. And the third one is the existence of houses of religious practice, mosques, temples, churches, synagogues, whatever. So let's look at the first question, interreligious marriage. So how concerned would you be, or would you feel, if one of your close relatives were to marry a person of Christian, Buddhist, Jewish, or Muslim faith? So we ask not just about Muslim, but a number of faith traditions. And of course, red is very concerned. Red is extremely very concerned. And you look at Christian is minimal, it's like 3-4%. Buddhist, a little bit higher, just over 10%. Jewish, just under 10%. Muslims, over 30%. So you would be 3 times, and if you compare it to to Jewish or Buddhist, 3 times as likely to be concerned if your relative were to marry a Muslim person, as opposed to them marrying someone else. Yeah, this is the next slide. So similar kind of. So here, local coexistence. How would you feel if one of your neighbors was a person of same thing? Yeah, I don't have to describe them anymore. You can look at the red, and Muslim is at the bottom, and look at the findings. And here, the places of worship, which I mean, you probably heard about the politics of permits for mosques and temples and etc. Really the same thing. How accepting would you be to live near the following places of worship: church, temple, synagogue, or a mosque? Mosque above 40%. Right. And this sample was a large sample. So this is almost 1,000 respondents, random respondents from across Australia. Remember, this is the Australian Social Attitude Survey. It's not even my data. This is data coming from a much larger database. Yeah. Next one. So depending on how much time we have, 5 minutes. All right. So you know what? Because it's 5 minutes, I will not bore you with the details. But here I'm trying to look at where is that coming from? That prejudice, that negativity, if you like. Where is it coming from? So I'm trying to look at knowledge. So we do ask certain questions to ascertain whether people actually have proper knowledge or they think they know. It's like, I think I know you, but actually I don't know you, right? So it's the self-reported knowledge versus actual or factual knowledge, yeah? Anyway, these are questions for us to basically know whether someone really knows or he thinks he knows, yeah? If you go to the next one. So here, knowledge, self-reported knowledge of Islam. How much would you say you know about the Muslim religion and its practices? A great deal, 7%, somewhat 35%, not very much 40%, etc. And then we use those measures of Islam in that quiz to really differentiate self-reported versus real knowledge. And then what we did is we correlated that with prejudiced outcomes. So the next slide, please. So here, this is really very simple. It looks like extremely, but what you need to focus on is the mean prejudice against practicing Muslim is up there. It's very high initially. And here, knowledge quiz. So basically, the more you know, so here 5% score, the lower the prejudice. This is real knowledge. It's not self-reported, yeah? So that is, and the next one, here we did the same thing in relation to threat, security, etc. And again, you see mean prejudice, that's very low there at 2%. So the more you perceive there is threat, so the threat barometer goes up. So as it goes higher, then the prejudice also goes higher. So the next one is the concluding observations. Next one, please. The next slide is okay. If you can go, yeah. So here, the significant role of knowledge. Yeah. So the conclusion really is a lot of, this is basically to reinstate our faith in humanity, that really a large part of the problem is lack of knowledge, lack of proper knowledge. We think we know sometimes, actually we don't know. We get our information from headlines, from very, very superficial media coverage. And because of that, we form prejudices which we are not even aware of. So we develop this kind of negativity towards one particular group simply because that's what we are. It's like conditioned, programmed. Yeah, we're going back to AI. It's like we are programmed to think in those terms. So yes, as you can see, the correlation between, and thank you, Stats is rushing me now through because he thinks there's no more time. That's all right. So really concluding observations, the importance of, you can remove Islamic and put religious rituals and practices, but the difference from mediatized images of association of religion with violent extremism, that's the excess hypothesis. There is no theological spiritual clash between Islamic ethos and notions of active citizenship. And knowledge via education, leadership, and media is of critical importance in addressing both anti-religion prejudice, Islamophobia in this case, and extremism in all of their manifestations. And I think the next one will say thank you, I think, yeah? Next one. That's it. Sorry, I rushed it towards the end, but I think we over the time.
Now, Fethi has told me that he will need to head in Amsterdam.
I'm sorry, I have to head back to Beirut campus. I've got some
Yeah,
other
but I was wondering whether it would take
few minutes, yeah.
3 minutes.
Yeah. If there's any observation or a question, maybe. Absolutely.
And then comments. And then later on, after lunch, we'll come back. Then we can now have comprehensive conversation with all our presenters for today. Any comments, question, or something?
It can be just a comment or observation, or seeking clarification, or say thank you very much. We want to have lunch. Yes.
Regarding the acceptance of Jesus as a messenger or something.
Yeah.
Is it true the Muslims accept Jesus as one of the messengers, but not Jesus as not that Jesus came in human form, but just as messenger or angelic?
Wow, that is a good question. Huh?
It's really.
But you would need a mufti to. But you already answered your question.
Who is one prominent preacher?
No, but to answer your question, in Islam, Prophet Muhammad, I should say, Jesus, Moses, Abraham, they're all prophets of God. Now, how you define them, how it's depending on your faith. But they're all revealed figures in Islam, and there's actually very lengthy surah in Islam about Jesus and Mary, and the Immaculate Conception. It's all there. But of course, that's why there's diversity. I mean, I'm all into diversity. So diversity of religions means that you allow for that little bit of difference in how you view things. But the core faith, are they all monotheistic, at least the Abrahamic religions anyway, and all the messengers of God are revealed. Just in Islam, I think Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet, yeah, as in the final one, yeah. But I'm not, religious studies is not my area, by the way. I'm just trying to, yeah.
I was fascinated by the comment you're making about those who had regular Islamic practice that felt that they were, by that activity, almost propelled outwards to try and find those kind of connections.
Yeah.
And then it kind of for me was bringing back memories of being in a Shiite mosque in Sydney, talking to the mosque community. As we wrestle together, we have our respective faith communities. Within our schools, we're dealing with questions around gender and sexuality. There's a fascinating conversation. That was both interreligious, socially engaged, but because of the actual opportunity that each of us have taken to have this encounter, found that actually there were common questions that were that feel it illustration point of view.
That's a very spot on comment. Yeah, there's someone here.
Yeah, just a comment, Neil Fernando. Yeah, our perspective also can change due to the incidents we experience in our day-to-day life. For instance, the Easter bombings in Sri Lanka by Muslim extremists. Sri Lanka is a multi-religious society. We live in harmony, but after that incident, how the society became Islamophobic.
Yes.
So certain incidents also contributes to the way that we perceive things.
No, that's a very good comment. Thank you. But what is important is there will always be wars, crises, incidents of terrorism, security, whatever. I guess what I was trying to explain is that doesn't necessarily need to be interpreted as the whole community is actually approving of that or supporting of that, regardless of and there will always be no justification for any act of violence anyway. I think any religion, whether it's even if it's not Abrahamic monotheistic religion, I doubt that you will find religion would condone any act of violence. So, which is what I said, knowledge and leadership and media. If you have those institutions playing a constructive role, then in cases of crisis of that nature, they will really minimize the impact on social cohesion in general, yeah? Whereas, as a matter of fact, what happens is the opposite. A lot of politicians jump on that and they weaponize those events to their political gains. And we have a lot of examples. I can give you a litany of examples, yeah? Sorry, I think there's more here.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. I thank all the speakers for now. I mean, you are here, and I was wondering whether the results of your researches have been then transformed and used by the education department, whether there is any curriculum for this kind of deep knowledge in school, because of course, training the younger generation, future generation should change the way they see the art.
Yeah. No, that's well. I as it happens, I have had a number of funded ARC projects working with schools. So from 2004-05 until I finished those projects in 2015, 2 massive grants from the ARC, longitudinal research with the Scanlon Foundation as a partner. We worked with school curriculum leaders, primary and secondary schools, and I took advantage of, ACARA, the Australian Curriculum and Standard Authority, which basically they issued some guiding principles around intercultural interfaith understanding. So we used those ACARA standards, which were not being operationalized, and we did a lot of work with schools. And there's actually, I published a book called Building Bridges, which is 2009, maybe University Press. And that Building Bridges the subtitle is Creating a Culture of Diversity in Schools and Society. And that's exactly what that work was trying to do, is how do we use the knowledge to equip school leaders, curriculum designers, communities surrounding them to work together to improve the level of teaching and the quality of teaching in relation to cross-cultural understanding, interfaith dialogue, etc. And the finding of that project is really amazing, Alicia. You see that students, not only their attitudes have improved towards the other, but we did 2 things. We did immediate testing and delayed testing. So even with the delayed testing, those positive gains remained. So it shows you that it's like input outputs. If the input is the right input, then learners will retain some of that positive quality, if you like, which shapes the way they think. But that was a massive, extremely tiring project, because you're working with the Department of Education, you're working with school leaderships, you're working with teachers, you're working with facilitators, community facilitators, parents. And actually, there's an interactive website you can access called teachingdiversity.com. Still available, all the resources are there. So if you go www.teachingdiversity.com, you'll find those projects listed there with the books and everything else. Yes. Oh, sorry, you should be doing. I'm taking over your job, but see, academics, you keep them and they take everything.
Thank you for your work, and thank you for bringing the evidence and research to challenge the stereotypes. I think it's really great to hear that. So given you've been working in this field obviously for some time, I'm really interested.
I'm older than I look, by the way.
I'm really interested in what you think the current presenting issues are. If you were given another grant, or if collaborated with people such as me.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
What do you think are the key presenting issues? Do we need to go and do those same studies again and make the same points again?
Yeah.
What's you think?
Ruth, you really put your finger on something that's so recently. A number of colleagues at Deakin and outside of Deakin, we started brainstorming the next. We wanted to go back to research in schools, and with external input, we put together a draft submission to the ARC, which nearly went ahead actually till I said no, I'm not going to do it. And it's exactly for the reason that you are mentioning, because I looked at the new framing and I did not see anything new in it. I said, I've done this 15 years ago. You asked me to go back and to look at anti-racism in schools, and I said, we've done that, right? So now really the challenge is, why aren't we making enough progress in that arena, in that agenda. And I told them, I don't think it's the framing is because we're repeating. Not repeating exactly, but you know what I mean? Like we're not really, we've done a lot of that work. You want to do it slightly differently. It doesn't add any epistemological value, no policy value. So I don't have an answer to you right now in terms of schooling, but what I can tell you emerging as a big, big priority for social science research agendas is the spillover of international conflicts into domestic social cohesion. We are seeing a huge polarization of our communities. We are seeing weakening of social cohesion internally. We are seeing people who used to engage in a lot of interfaith, intercultural work, they're no longer doing it. For me, that is now a pressing matter that needs to be understood. And hopefully we need to have some kind of evidence base that we can go back and say, look, we need to readjust and we need to re-articulate some of these policy documents. Because right now, I can tell you, the diversity agenda, the multicultural agenda, the interfaith agenda is bleeding, right? So in terms of education and diversity, there's always work to be done, but I'm not sure, I mean, anti-racism maybe can be prioritized more, but I'm not seeing anything right now that's really hasn't been done over the last 10, 15 years. I think there was, sorry, we'll go back to you, but
It's I was wondering though, whether you consider this sort of new trend that's and I'm thinking of my time. We have a very, very small made up mainly of sort of expat Pakistanis and other Arabic speaking people who do business in Islam also. There's only one native Samoan. And they've been around since 1985, so close to 40 years. Yet the membership still, but the trend that I'm talking about is this sort of looks at the intersections of migration and religion. Is that in Australia, for instance, I know at least 5 Samoans who have converted to Islam. Something like that, couldn't envision that in Samoa, apart from that one family that's been in since 85. At this point, there's still a lot of converts just settlers, but here, as a result of migration, I'm thinking that migration has had an impact on it.
yeah.
There's something that you would look at as well in terms of new converts, the role that migration has played in the Australian context.
Yeah, not something that I have done personally, not part of my research agenda, but it is of growing interest to a lot of a number of our colleagues who work in that space, but not something that I personally have. I mean, I look at, again, I'm against segmenting, whilst I'm all for being attentive to the internal dynamics. As I said earlier, even though there's a lot of heterogeneity among Muslim communities, what impacts all of them usually as migrants like diaspora communities are common issues. In particular, discursive circulating public discourse, hyper-securitized agendas. I mean, I would love to know more about that small community in Samoa. I don't know a lot about but I would love to know a little bit more. I think there are very small pockets of Muslim migrants in the Pacific.
Yeah,
so.
Just the other thing as well was this whole this attitude towards Muslim.
Yes.
And these new converts, some of these guys are like important supporting figures and role models and outcomes.
Yes.
Someone like Senator Williams.
Yeah, I know that.
Some so
Yeah.
very powerful. We've never had like for us, we've never associated the terrorists.
Yeah.
So I guess him being a large prominent figure in
Help, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you absolutely. I'll give you another example. The soccer player Mohamed Salah for Liverpool. Yeah, you heard of him, yeah? there's research that's been done in Liverpool in particular. The level of negative attitudes towards Muslim in Liverpool, pre and post Mo Salah signing for Liverpool, it's massive. There is even a chant now when you go to Anfield to watch soccer. I mean, I'm interested because there's a chant now that if he is Muslim, I want to be Muslim too. So these are Liverpool fans chanting in the stadium because they love him so much. He's a king, they call him Egyptian king. So, and then I don't know all the lyrics, but it says something along the line, and if he is Muslim, I want to be Muslim too. So you're right. So there is a huge power to that kind of leadership in the community, someone who's very visible, and they see as ordinary and in many ways as a champion, yeah, as a hero. Then of course, again, goes back to what I said. So it's knowledge, because you know that person, you have intimate knowledge of them.
Is there anyone more anti-terror than Muhammad?
Absolutely. There you go. Yeah, but also there are many examples of the power of either pop culture, the power of knowledge, mediatized knowledge, the power of people who excel in certain fields to be able to galvanize and really challenge and in many ways change attitudes. So I think, again, it gives me hope. So I said earlier, so there's always hope that people can change their attitudes if they are exposed to a different narrative. It's all about narratives. You know, it's a story. It's a story about who we are. And if our story, the only story we know is that we are it and you are not in it, then of course, I'm going to look at you as inferior, as someone who I don't want to have anything to do with, as you being, yeah. But if the story changes that, no, regardless of skin of color, where you pray or how you pray, we fundamentally are we are a fellow human being, far more important than being fellow citizens in many ways, yeah? So that kind of universalizing discourse, that looking at everyone the same ethical, through the same ethical lens, is extremely empowering and powerful. So.
Thank you so much, Fethi, for the stimulating presentation, interaction, and so on.
Pleasure.
I guess the next line of action is to begin to think about, in overcoming this sense of prejudices, what roles do religious organizations and community groups have in really partnering and working in to ensure that there is cohesion overall on social level. And we want to thank you again for being here. Right now, we are going to proceed to lunch immediately after now. So once we finish lunch, we will come back and then begin with Bruce's presentation. We will take, if we can be back at 12:20, just so I just.
I mean 1:20.
1:20, so that we can now begin to walk through the remaining presentations. But I want to thank you for your time and for engaging with the and after the presentations, we'll still invite the speakers that are still around, the presenters that are around by then, to interact with them briefly before we proceed to the report on the Get and Labor projects. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Titus.
Oh, thank you. The next presenter this afternoon is Dr. Ruth Paul. Ruth is the director of National Church Life Survey, the research Christian community and organizations all around Australia with research, data collection, and presentations on issues that affect Christian life, churches, and organizations in Australia. And Ruth will be presenting on how Asian migration is shaping the Australian church, insights on how Asian Australians transmit faith practices to their children. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Paul.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation to speak. And let me give you permission straight away to say, if you need to get up and get a drink or more food while I'm talking, that's absolutely okay. I've left half a plate down there, so I'll finish off later. Yes, I'll do my best. Okay.
Okay. So we're just going to ensure that we're able to cover more if we can go a bit further by reducing the length of the remaining presentation. So we're going to bring this presentation to 15 minutes maximum. Look into the possibility of discussing with all the presenters about sending the PowerPoint to all the registered participants, whether in person or those who are attending online. Thank you.
Thanks very much. What I'll do this afternoon then is I'll bring it, we've had a very rich conversation so far, and my focus is going to bring us back to Christian churches in particular and looking at local Christian congregations. And so zooming in, and then I'm going to zoom in on a particular study that we've done. We've studied migration in the Christian church over decades now as a very important part of the story of Christianity in Australia. And you'll have heard why this morning, very well set up. So I'm focusing down on that particular grouping. I thought I'd give you a quick snapshot of ethnic diversity in local Christian churches, and then I will look at this particular case study that we've done on Asian Australians. And we have a colleague who's working with us writing this up at the moment. And the question in that case study is, are the church attendance patterns of children in Asian migrant families the same as all church attenders? So we're really zooming in not just only on participation, but transmission of faith across generations, because that is incredibly critical for the future of the shape of the church. For those of you who are not familiar with the National Church Life Survey, here's the short version. We are the largest, longest running survey of church life in the world, started in Australia, now international. We have Netherlands, UK, US, and South Africa. We are now running in 5 African countries, which is blowing my mind, but they're running it and we're supporting them there as well. The goal is not just to do research, but to also give information back to the local church around their church health and giving them a reflection and an opportunity to talk about what they can do to build up their local church to do what they should be doing as well as possible for the sake of God's mission. We run a survey which is called, we run a number of surveys, but I'm particularly focused today on the attender survey. What's unique about our study is everybody in the church fills out a survey, even children from 8 all the way up fill out surveys. We have paper surveys, we have online surveys, we translate to 10 different languages. And I've named the languages there. Actually, it was 9 in, Karen and Chin are there. So that's our Burmese communities that we mentioned earlier. Dinka, South Sudanese, again, a migrant community that when we can't do this in English, so we said we'll translate and make a Dinka form for you. So this study, we are particularly highlighting the Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese translations. Other communities, such as the Filipino community, can use an English form. So we did where we really needed to. The National Church Life Survey, having run for 30 years now, every 5 years since 1991. Our most recent one was at the same time as the census, every 5 years. And the most recent one was 2021, which of course, because of COVID, got extended out to 2022. So we ran it over. It was the most difficult, ridiculous to try and run a national survey in the middle of a pandemic in churches. The church said, you need to do this. We need to know what's going on. We're actually offering them a check-in, a midterm check-in this year, because they're going, okay, we now know what happened, but now we need to know how much have we recovered. So, and they're going, we can't wait till 2026. So we're talking to them about doing a simple midterm check-in at the moment. So let me give you the first bits of information about what we have learnt already about migrants in church life. Firstly, it's a conservative estimate. We know, because even though we translated and we did our best, we know that participation by non-English speaking churches is underrepresented in the National Church Life Survey. So these are conservative estimates. And let me start by, again, acknowledging our first people and the 60,000 years of spirituality in this land. And we know that it's underrepresented, but in our study, 1.4% of those who took part identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. And that compares to the 3.2% of the Australian community. We're talking over, the results I'm giving you are based on 100 to 150,000 people, and that was our small survey. So just to go, it's across 20 denominations, hundreds of thousands of people. In terms of people who attend church, we know that 37% now of churchgoers, adult churchgoers, were born overseas. So this immediately says, it's a clue about migration, that 37% were born overseas. Catholics, much more likely than Protestants, to be born in non-English speaking countries. So we are a migrant church, a multicultural church already. You can see that. And that's been increasing, that proportion has been increasing over time. When we did a case study on people inside churches and looked at people from different ethnic backgrounds, what we found was they were similar in terms of what they valued, their own spiritual life and practices, and their views of church leadership. These are the things that are the same, no matter what your ethnic background is. What we found in our study was those born in non-English speaking background countries, these attenders were more likely to be younger, more likely to be highly educated. This is than the Anglos, more likely to express positive views about worship and future directions, less likely to be involved in small groups or church activities. So a very interesting group. And if I was a church leader, I'd be going, I want more of you in my church because you are young, you are positive, you are engaged. Now I need to work out how to not just be the white leader up the front, I need to work out how to actually be truly multicultural in the whole congregational expression and include people in leadership across all activities and participation. So it's a mixed story there. Again, we know that around just under half of churchgoers are second-generation migrants with at least one parent born overseas. So again, the migrant experience in Christian churches is key. Either first or second generation is that's the extent of the impact of migration in Australian Christian churches. Now, if you look at the actual church itself, imagine a congregation, and we understand that we are a multicultural nation, one of the most multicultural nations in the world. Luxembourg apparently is more multicultural than us, but they're a very little country surrounded by other countries. I think we're the best, in terms of being one of the most multicultural nations in the world. When you think about a church and a group of people in a church, we describe them in three ways. One is we have churches that are mono-ethnic Anglo, mono-ethnic non-Anglo, so that would be a migrant community who've come and formed a church, and then multi-ethnic or multicultural churches. And this particular information is based on one person giving you a report and describing their church. What we have is a fifth of our churches are mono-ethnic non-Anglo. That's underrepresented. The number is actually bigger than that. But this is interesting. 40% of Australian churches are multi-ethnic. By sociological definition, they are multi-ethnic, multicultural churches. This is way, way higher than the US or other nations. We have the highest proportion of multi-ethnic congregations in the world, I would argue. And when we look at the health in multi-ethnic churches, multicultural churches, where we go, when we measure health, we go, are you helping people in their relationship with God, with each other, and with the wider community? So that's how we measure health, very simply and very quickly. When we look at ethnic diversity, if you have higher ethnic diversity in your church, you will have higher levels of vital faith, relationship with God, younger age profile, but you have lower vital connections with the wider society, more ethnic diversity inside, less connections. If you're a multi-ethnic church, then it actually made no difference to your levels of newcomers, whether you were growing or declining, whether your worship was vital and nurturing, or whether you had a vision for the future. So this is where we're really diving deep. This is one case study which I could unpack in more detail, but I won't now. But the type of congregation you are impacts on your church health. And basically, I would say it's a good thing to be a multi-ethnic church overall. That's a good goal. So coming to my particular focus for today, which is Asian Australian faith transmission, what we were looking at here is we know that parents are critical in terms of, in sociological language, socialising your children's behaviour. You know the most important person to pass on faith to a child? The mother. Every time. The mother is the most important, followed by father, grandparents, then ministers, community. Always households and parents. We also know and have understood now that migrant communities help sustain social and cultural practices. That's been well established this morning. We know Australia is one of the most multicultural nations in the world, and we know that our Asian neighbours are both regular visitors and migrants. So we chose this group and said, let's do a case study on how does faith transmission happen in these communities of migrants. Of the 28% of Australians born overseas, 6 out of the top 10 countries are Asian countries. So these are the questions I was looking at, and I'll just move on to the results. But basically, it's, does the migrant experience increase the impact of religious socialisation? Does your family of origin and being a migrant increase the chance that your children will have faith? Will you pass on faith from generation to generation? That's what we're looking at. And do your children stay at your church, the same denomination, or go to another denomination? How much do they stay with the family's tradition? And then, because we're able to study different countries, does it matter which country you come from, which Asian country, as far as we could study? So we asked, where is your mother born? Where are you born? Where is your mother born? Where is your father born? That allows us to track first and generation migrants. And we asked, did you migrate to Australia? How long ago? We then said, what about your children? How many children do you have? Where do your children go to church? Your church, another church, no church. I'm going to skip past this, but basically we looked then at generations, and we looked at all parents and all children. So parents up to 100 and your children could be up to 50. So we looked at your, no matter how old you were, what is your child doing in terms of faith? I'll skip past this, but I'll just say here's our groupings that we looked at. And we have 79,000 parents we're listening to now, 9,400 from Asia, 2,300 from China, Hong Kong, 1,700 from the Philippines, and 1,900 from India and Sri Lanka. So that's the sample we're looking at. 79,000 parents told us about their children. And then we created a picture of those children. We said, where are your children going? What are they doing? We now have 189,000 children that we know something about. Okay. So, and this is just an Asian study. You can see the reports there. So let's look at the results. Firstly, this is a picture of child retention. If you look at along the bottom is the age of your children. This is everybody. And whether or not they go to church. So what it tells me, a child who is 0, 5, 10, 15, they go to church with their parents. Not surprising. See the drop, the slippery slope happen by the time 10 to 15, it starts to drop. By 20, we're down to 60%. By 25, 48%. Then it stabilises and it's fairly flat. So basically the story is in Australia, if you go to church, then 4 in 10 children of churchgoers go to church. We are holding on to less than half of our own children. That's the national result. So now let's look at those Asian parents and what's happening with their children. Basically, the dark blue line is everybody. And now we're looking at, if your parents come from Asia, in the top chart, you can see basically the line is above. So if your parents are Asian born, then you are more likely to be 6 in 10. If your grandparents were born in Asia and your second generation, still better retention than all Australians. If your parents are Philippine, even higher. It's like 66 to 68%, nearly 7 in 10. If you're a Filipino family, you will hold on to your children 7 in 10. China, Hong Kong, lower, about 55% retention. So Chinese-born families getting closer, much less than the Filipino families. India, Sri Lanka, sitting again at about, you can see the line is the same, that slippery slope is the same, but they're hanging on to around 66, 61%. Where do they go? Do the children go to the parents' church? That's the blue. Do they go to the same denomination, the red, or to a different denomination? So it's that same slide in 3 colours now to go, where do they go? And you can see the grading down there. In terms of, this is the same information to go, are you holding on to your same denomination or your parents? And you can see here, basically, it declines. By the time you hit 30, it's going to your parents' denomination declines. Let's look at the countries, and you can see, again, it sort of flattens out. The line is the same, but it's sort of the 3 lines cluster for parents born in Asia. Let me look at the Philippines and China as a good example. You could see here that Filipino children, the red line is I go to another church, I go to my parents' church is the blue line. I go to the same denomination. I'm going to say Filipino, I'm going to say Catholic, and I'm going, they're staying Catholic. Those who are going are staying Catholic, right? Some are going elsewhere. Whereas if you're born in China, you are not as likely to stay in your parents' denomination. And this also says that born in China or Hong Kong, you actually are leaving earlier than a Filipino family, because you can see the line moves this way more. Filipinos hang on to their kids longer and they keep them in their same traditions, whereas Chinese drop off much more quickly. The children leave more quickly and less likely to stay in the family tradition. India, Sri Lanka is about somewhere in the middle. So just highlighting, again, I'm going very fast, but highlighting some of the differences across those background groups. You can see I've highlighted China and Hong Kong holding in the same denomination. That you can see the difference between the Filipino, 24.5 same denomination, 12.5 China. And by age 45, it's low. Whereas moving to another denomination, the Filipinos do not change denomination. If they don't go to their parents' church, they are still staying in the same faith tradition or denomination. So what have we learnt? Very quickly, are the church attendance patterns of children of Asian migrant families the same? Does the migrant experience strengthen the impact of religious socialisation? Yes. Being a migrant and helping pass on faith is a positive thing. These are 2 good things. Do Asian families follow that same slide that Australian Anglo families do, or all families do, where you hang on to your kids and then they leave in their teens and then it stabilises? Yes, they do. The same slope was there for all groups. However, children of Asian migrant attenders are more likely to be retained as church attenders than others. It was at least 6 in 10 versus 4 in 10 for everybody. So more likely to hang on to their kids. Where do they go? Do they stay in their parents' church or move on? The results are mixed. So Asian Australian children are more likely to stay in their parents' church or the same denomination, keep the same traditions. If they go somewhere else, they leave later. They stay in their own family church longer and they leave and go somewhere else later, 30 rather than 20. Are there differences? Yes, I've highlighted that China, Hong Kong dropped earlier, stabilised earlier, more likely to go somewhere else. Filipinos, stay with their parents' tradition longer and less likely to go somewhere else. That's it. There we go. The gallop through.
And now some further adjustment to our program because Catalina will not be speaking again this afternoon. Mark will come up shortly to speak to us. Well, I'm sure most of us here, and perhaps a number of our online participants, are quite familiar with Professor Mark Brett. Professor Mark Brett is a professor of Hebrew Bible here at Whitley College. And Professor Brett will be speaking to us about Christian advocacy this afternoon. Please join me in welcoming Mark.
Sorry about the confusion. I dropped out so that we didn't have to delay Catalina's presentation. Catalina dropped out, so now I'm back. So let me just go back to the acknowledgement. So this is my acknowledgement of country because it indicates that the arrivals in the 18th and 19th century on boats came under rather dubious legal circumstances which have never been resolved. I could go on for 2 hours about that slide. Can I do that? Okay, so it's about a decade since Whitley College hosted the Forum on Hospitality to Asylum Seekers and Church-State Relations. And among the attendees was a former refugee from Vietnam, Tree Nguyen, who had arrived in Australia in 1982 after a harrowing boat journey. That evening, 10 years ago, Tree brought along a model of the boat, his refugee boat, to the Whitley Forum, and within a matter of days, he conceived a remarkable plan to influence the policies of a government whose immigration minister at the time was Scott Morrison, of blessed memory. Tree put his model boat on wheels and, along with some Iranian asylum seekers, walked it all the way from the church that he was pastoring then in Melbourne, Brunswick Baptist, to the Federal Parliament building in Canberra. And, what's happened there? There, that's when they arrived in Canberra. That's the boat in question. It had a very simple sign on it. Thank you. ... So Tree was my pastor, so I insinuated myself into the gathering in the Parliament building at the arrival. It was a memorable occasion in the Parliamentary Theatre. At the time, both Tree and I were convinced that the Bible is relevant for thinking about social policy, and specifically about immigration policies. But this is a controversial claim in a secular society for a number of reasons. For example, we need to confess that unjust immigration policies have been shaped by politicians who self-identify as Christians. Scott Morrison is not the only name that might come to mind at this point. Let me quote from the good book. Can a wicked crown be allied with you, O God, planning injustice by statute? The answer to this ancient question in Psalm 94:20 is probably yes. Bad laws can indeed be supported with dubious theological arguments. That would be a common view, for example, held by the Love Makes a Way protesters who took to the streets over recent years. Some mixture of politics and religion is almost inevitable, it should be said. A militant secularism might try to eradicate, in a French manner, all evidence of religion from the public square, but this is not how secularism was classically understood, certainly not as understood by Baptists. In my own Baptist tradition, we've always advocated the separation of church and state from day one. And yet this same tradition shaped the political lives of both Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the American President Jimmy Carter. The first, the prophet outside of government, and the other at its very centre. A biblical theology can underpin both civil rights and the right to seek asylum. There we are, Brunswick Baptist Church 10 years ago. Ah, there's someone in that photo, Cheryl, yeah, holding, you're there somewhere, holding a placard. So a more precise question might be this: how can political participation be framed in a way that does not seek political dominance or the sanctification of partisan interests, partisan religious interests as well? Faithful secularity requires a balance, and it cannot retreat into a nostalgia for the past ages of Christendom. That ship has sailed, and for very good reasons. In this paper, I want to reflect a little more on the characteristics of a faithful secularity through a brief rereading of Psalm 94. As many, among the biblical texts that have been invoked in debates about migration, this psalm receives relatively little attention, but I will suggest that it can illuminate some of the key issues at stake. And at the outset, it would be important to note that the addressee in Psalm 94 is not the government of the day. It is essentially a protest directed at God. So this text is not yet a script for protesting on the streets of Western democracies with placards as we did. But neither is it a protest poem that was used on the streets of ancient Israel. If there were an Israelite king in power at the time of the psalm's writing, the poet might have exhorted that king to observe the divine law and protect the weak. Psalm 94 falls in a part of the Psalter that emphasises divine kingship, not the human monarch. And in its historical context, this focus on God may have implied a rejection of the imperial sovereignty of the day, the Persian imperial sovereignty. The psalm makes its protest directly to God, who stands above every human construction of authority and law. The implications of that point need to be spelled out a bit more. There are important historical reasons why Psalm 94 is not a message written on a placard to be paraded in the public square. A protest in a modern secular society has a number of key political assumptions. Above all, it assumes that a public sphere exists, separately from the powers of government, but that this public domain has at least a potential power to shape the decisions of government. We participate in government. This is a complex set of social conditions. They probably did not exist in the ancient world. Our psalmist clearly had no notion of liberal democracy and could not have imagined modern ecumenical initiatives. Can I go one more? Okay, on the question of modern ecumenical, I need to confess that Australian Baptists also struggle to imagine the validity of ecumenical ventures. That should have produced a laugh, obviously, it's a bit serious. In order to remedy that situation, that sad situation, which European Baptists can't enjoy because they are more ecumenical than us, I draw your attention, ladies and gentlemen, to Mi Wan Yang on the right, who has always been prominent, always been prominent on those matters. And thank God she's a Baptist and she's married to an ecumenist. Also, thank God. So nevertheless, the poem is deeply concerned with the politics of the day. Back to the psalm. The weak are suffering, including the precarious migrants called gerim in Hebrew. God has called in to intervene. How does it go? Let me retranslate it. El of retributions, Yahweh, El of retributions, shine. Are you hearing, shine, Jesus, shine? Yeah, you shouldn't be. Rise up, judge of the north, return recompense on the proud. How long shall the wicked, O Yahweh, how long shall the wicked exult? Their speeches are loquacious with arrogance. Shall all evildoers vaunt themselves? And now I'll give you some text to look at. Your people, O Yahweh, they crush. Your inheritance they oppress. Widow and immigrant, Ger, they slay. Orphans they murder. And they have said, Yah does not see. The God of Jacob does not discern. So that's dense poetry. Leaves a number of questions hanging. Do all these widows, orphans and immigrants belong to the inheritance of Yahweh? The stranger called the Ger was clearly a displaced person. But was such a person a foreigner from an entirely different culture? Or did they belong within the wider kinship networks of Jacob Israel in some sense, at some level? The question has been the focus of some scholarly debates in recent years. So here are the two most comprehensive books on the subject, I think, in recent years, both published in 2021. both coming from a broadly evangelical stable, interestingly. Marcus Zender, The Bible and Immigration, and Mark and Luke Glanville. Marcus Zender has a kind of resistant view of immigration and thinks that a lot of the biblical texts that have invoked to support liberal migration policies are overrated and underthought. The Glanville brothers are quite the opposite. Let me say that my sympathies lie more with the Glanville brothers, not just because they're Australians, but because one is a Hebrew Bible scholar, which is always good to have on hand, on team. But the other is a specialist in international relations and teaches at ANU. Put those two powerhouses together, you have a serious book. I could go on for 2 hours. Certainly in the priestly laws, the Gerim would include uncircumcised foreigners, genuine foreigners. And in the wisdom traditions, Job 31 provides an example of how the rights of the widow, orphan and alien are understood in terms of an intercultural, if not a universal, creation theology. Job himself is presented as a foreigner, but his hospitality towards strangers is framed in familial terms. He makes no claims about the kind of hospitality that might be offered by governments. Much more could be said about Job's ethics, and here I'll simply take his wisdom theology as a provocation to reflect on the next element in the psalm, the wisdom element. In the centre, in the middle portion of the psalm, it is not just El, the high creator God in Canaanite tradition, who is seen to have an intercultural jurisdiction, but also Yahweh, the same God under a different name, the more specifically Israelite name for God. The poet suggests that the God of Israel teaches knowledge to all humankind in verse 10. He's capable of restoring justice in the courts. That's in verse 15. While fools might claim, it says this in verse 7, Yah does not see, the God of Jacob does not act with discernment, the psalmist attributes a wisdom Torah to the God of Israel. And I'll take this as partly satire, Brian. Think, O dullards among the people. Fools, when you would show some insight, shall the one who implants the ear not hear, the one who formed the eye not see? Shall the one who instructs nations not rebuke, the one who teaches humankind knowledge? Yahweh knows the devices of humankind, that they are but breath, hevel. So the poet takes up a key theme from the skeptical wisdom tradition, the breath, the hevel. Instead of complaining directly to God, as in the first part of the psalm, here the speaker has turned away from the direct address of God to talk about another group, even speaking of Yahweh in the third person in verse 11. So the direct relational connection with God in prayer is put on pause in the middle of the psalm while the psalmist remonstrates with a third party. It's a bit like being in church, isn't it? In short, the lament directed towards God seems to, turn into an argument with other Yahwehs. Maybe the conceit is more literary. It's hard to imagine the so-called fool sitting there meekly in a corner while they're dressed down, but that's the literary flavour. However we are to read this internal dispute in the middle of the psalm, the next section of the psalm then adopts a quite different tone, reaffirming the justice of God. Having protested directly to God, argued with the foolish, among our own number, the psalmist then expresses a confident faith in Yahweh's providence. Let me read 12 to 15. Blessed is the one whom Yah instructs, whom you teach from your instruction, giving him tranquility in times of trouble, until a pit is dug for the pernicious. For Yahweh will not forsake his people, and his inheritance he will not abandon. For justice will return to legal judgment. All lawyers should rejoice. And the right thinking will pursue it. In Hebrew, more literally, it's upright of heart, but of course, in Hebrew, you don't think with your head, you think with your heart, you feel with your guts. So the better translation would be the right thinking will pursue it, that is, the return of justice to the law. The next section of the psalm sounds like something you'd get in a spiritual formation class. The concluding verses become more self-reflective, referring to the inner life. Were Yahweh not my help, my soul, my nephesh would soon live in silence. When a multitude of anxious thoughts crowd my inner being, Your assurances soothe my soul. When reading this text, it would be a mistake to suppose that a term such as nephesh, often rendered soul, designates a kind of inner life that can be distinguished clearly from a person's public demeanour, the inner spirituality versus the outer life. That stuff was invented in Hellenistic times. In ancient Israel, there was no conception of an immaterial soul that can and should be detached from the body. The immaterial soul would be invented, as I said, in Hellenistic times. In the older biblical texts, both the inner and the outer aspects of the body were woven together by the one spirit of the God, Ruach Elohim. So reading Psalm 94 today, one might be tempted to find a merely religious value in the nephesh, the retreating, inner self, who connects only with a higher sovereignty and not, doesn't worry about oppression surrounding. One might be tempted to retreat from the political realm on the grounds that it sullies the soul. Alternatively, one might seek out a more communitarian practice, which abandons politics to an inevitable immorality and takes up a life committed to the beloved community, not just individual, but a kind of intensely communal form of life. Neither of those alternatives would reflect the faithful secularity that allows for the possibility of justice in the public realm. A spiritual withdrawal, whether individualistic or communal, would undermine the pursuit of justice. Psalm 94 certainly does not reflect such resignation. The concluding verse of the psalm does not focus on the restoration of an inner life, but on God's mending of the world, the tikkun olam in Jewish tradition. How? Through retributive justice. How does it go? Their iniquity will return on them. Yahweh, our God, will destroy them. Wow. Spiritual formation in this psalm, therefore, has a sting in the tail. It does not simply soothe the inner soul, but rather reconnects with God's justice. This is prayer enlivened by lament, by argument, and hope. So some concluding thoughts on reading the Bible in a secular age. In some respects, the setting of Psalm 94 corresponds to the conditions of life after Christendom. The Jews of Second Temple times had lost their political sovereignty, yet the late Psalms maintained a conviction that God stood above the tides of imperial power. Similarly, after the demise of Christendom, we cannot rely on Christian princes or politicians to enforce the kind of social order that our own beloved communities see to be the most faithful and just. In a secular age, the presumptions of Christendom have been unmasked as delusional. Becoming mindful of the crimes of colonial Christianity, for example, should make us more spiritually cautious, perhaps less willing than our psalmist even to divide the world into the righteous and the wicked, locating oneself comfortably on the right side of history. So how do we maintain a proper tension between protest and self-critical awareness? Instead of seeing secularity as a fall from grace, I would see it as a legitimate product of historic conflicts among the churches and of the crimes committed by colonial Christianity. Baptists should find no problem with that idea. Secularity creates new possibilities both for spiritual growth and self-critical awareness. These are two sides of the same coin. We can take up practices of protest in public space, yet at the same time be obliged to listen to the competing voices of protest and to search for overlapping conceptions of a common good. In Western democracies, there really is no other way to form a common concern for immigrants and refugees. We have to work with other groups. Among the most important contributions to this question, some theologians have proposed a model of consociational politics, which seeks to strengthen alliances between the various groups within civil society without reclaiming Christian political dominance. This consociational approach intersects with recent strategic proposals that emphasise the multiplicity of groups within society, their potential for networking in order to influence the various agencies of the state. And behold, another Baptist, Dr. Robin Sampson, whose doctoral research sits behind the two versions. This is the second edition of There Are Alternatives, a handbook for preventing unnecessary immigration detention. If particular governments can find nothing sacred in abstract nakedness of being human, as Hannah Arendt put it, we must resist that conclusion, not as a single lobby group, but rather by bringing multiple religious perspectives to bear in practices of protest. The way forward lies in a day-to-day discernment of a shared shalom or salam. At times, it will be necessary to take to the streets of our cities to speak up for the rights of migrants, while also lamenting in prayer. I'm stopping now. While also lamenting in prayer and arguing among ourselves. Arguing, you know, some people don't like that. It's a spiritual discipline, get over it. The poet in Psalm 94 still might inspire us to expect such complex intersections of prayer and practice, including multiple religious traditions. While civil society and democratic deliberation were modern inventions, the author of Psalm 94 could still imagine an intercultural space where shared wisdom and justice was to be found, even in the midst of argument. In modern democracies dominated by social media, we are losing the arts of argument and instead enduring an avalanche of sound bites that oversimplify the complexities of public deliberation. We are being buried. The poet in Psalm 94 reminds us that those who deploy their shallow, self-interested theology in public discourse will finally have to answer to the Creator. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a short report on the Better Neighbours project. I'm going to invite Alessia to probably join me here. And then, all right, thank you, everyone. Just first of all, to acknowledge at the start that this project was funded by a collaborative large grant of the University of Divinity, 2022. Yeah. And the project is titled Better Neighbours, African Migrant Narratives of Integration in Australia. And going through this project, as a background, we designed a pilot project in 2021, which focused on understanding the experiences of inclusion of African refugees from 2008 to 2018. And our interest was to identify the patterns and the key issues surrounding the experiences of refugees. And by refugees, we mean persons who have applied for humanitarian visas and individuals who have come into the country to seek asylum. During this pilot project, we interviewed a number of former refugees, so to speak, who are now people who have gained citizenship. Analyzing their key experiences and what are the defining moments with regards to everything they've been through. We identified a number of issues, but before that, we interviewed 5 former refugees. Now, in the first instance, it was a bit challenging to access this population. And if you've done social research in some of this, in this area, you know how challenging this could be. Partly because what we're doing is highly academical in nature, requiring people to want to sit down. And most of these people are just about, okay, I want to go to work now. There is work somewhere for me to do. So the challenge of really getting people to sit down with us in person or online to attend an interview was enormous. but we scaled through it. And towards the tail end of our recruitment, COVID struck, and we managed to store up a number of the data that we secured. Now, the key element of our findings focus on how that the major concern that this population group had was how to break through the cycle of being a refugee. One of them told us during the interviews that once you are a refugee, you are always a refugee. And they talked about all sorts of opportunities that eluded them because of their backgrounds and because of the way they were welcomed into the community. And so after some analysis, we itemized some key themes that emerged from those interviews that we conducted. One of them is personalized settlement program, education for refugees, social connections, refugees internship, desire for new life, political instability and armed conflict. Those are some of the reasons that led to their displacement, but also those were the key issues that they had to wrestle with upon their arrival in Australia. Health and wellness, mental health, settlement programs, employment, religion and inclusion, culture and inclusion, and refugee cycle, breaking that cycle to start a new life, indeed a new life, based on the fact that they are now here in Australia. So when we were completing this phase of the project, that gave us the motivation to say, now we've listened to a cross-section of refugee population. How about we extend our tentacles to a broad spectrum of African migrants in Australia, beyond the refugees that we've interviewed? And so we designed the Better Neighbor Project. And our intention in designing this was to utilize the existing Migrant Integration Policy Index, MIPEX, developed in Europe, as parameters through an analysis of an African immigrant stories of integration in Australia. So our intention was actually to collect stories, to listen to them and allow them to create narratives around what they have experienced using 5 major MIPEX parameters, which Alessia will talk about very briefly. And just very briefly, the aims of the project. So we wanted to evaluate the relevance and value of integration metrics, particularly the MIPEX developed in Europe, for the context of African migrant refugees in Victoria. So we started with Victoria in mind, and then we extended it to the whole of Australia. Number 2, to explore whether religious affiliation serves as an accelerant or decelerant for the process of integration suggested by European indicators of integration. So we want to come down because the data elsewhere has suggested that religious communities, and of course, as has been spoken about with all the other speakers as well, that religious communities are key players in the integration of immigrants all across the world. Now let's come to our research questions. Now, these are the questions we investigated. How do migrant African narratives of integration inform the provision of policies and practices that foster mutually beneficial migrant integration in Australia? Number 2, what, if any, is the relevance of the European MIPEX to policies and practices of social integration in the Australian context? And number 3, to what extent does religious affiliation and identity accelerate or decelerate integrating practices proposed by the MIPEX modeling? Now, going through all of these research questions, we design and then deploy a survey, an online survey, using a qualitative research methodology. We invited leaders of African communities to help us in recruiting participants who will respond to the survey. The survey on its own has 39 questions for them to reply to. Some of them are multiple choices, and some of them are just left with blank spaces for them to really provide their own narratives, to help them to construct a narrative around their experiences in Australia. And the second step is to follow up on some of them who might be open to be interviewed as a follow-up step to gather additional data. Now, I'll now invite Alessia to talk about the key findings that we've made so far.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to take this opportunity also to thank you, to thank the Whitley College and my good friends, also Darrell Jackson, with whom I have been working for quite a few years, as you have heard today. Has been so far a very enriching day. I have learned so much about what's going on here on teams that are very dear to me, and I have been working mainly on the other side of the ocean, the other part of the world. And thank you for this opportunity. And I also hope that there will be other ways of collaborating also through this project. And of course, also Titus, the three of us, we are working together on this project. So some of the findings, these are, I have to tell you, very, very preliminary findings, and the survey, the questionnaire hasn't ended yet. So far we have collected 27 questionnaires, okay? So 27 respondents. And we can say that we have a very specific sample, okay? So most of them, 63% of them are male, and their country of origin are mainly from Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa, among the biggest regions, the biggest countries. And they live, as you can say, in Victoria, 44% of them, and South Wales, 15%. We are talking about a very highly educated group of people. And they have 41% of them have master or PhD degrees. 70% are married, and 63% have children. So we are talking about families for most of them. They are also religious. Quite religious, and not only in the sense that they believe. We heard the distinction on the two typology this morning. They are not only like believing in God, but they are also practicing, as we will see. And 33% of them holds Australian citizenship, and I also think it's an interesting factor. We want to show you some of the results we have got so far. You can see here, the last one will tell us the Australian citizenship, but then the other, bigger percentage would be the 22.2. It means that they hold a student or a training visa. And then we have family or partner visa or permanent working visa. Very low percentage of those who responded have a refugee or protection visa. So also in this way, we narrow down the sample that so far we have collected. And this was the one related to the highest level of education that they have completed. I told you like almost 41% holds a master or doctoral degree. Then bachelor degree also, it's quite high, and graduate as well. So very particular typology. And also when it comes to professional and occupation, we see that the highest percentage are those who are professional workers, lawyers, then skilled manual workers, employer, manager of establishments. So once again, there are people that in a way or in another are inside the society, and they have hold jobs that are related most of the time, for a high majority, with the degree that they have. And I can tell you, coming from a total different area, that it's not the case in other countries. Definitely this is not the case in Italy. Here we wanted to go a little bit more in depth concerning the things that have helped them in feeling welcome and included in Australia. So I have made a kind of ranking. As you can see, there were a number of options that they had to choose. And for each option, they had to say how important that item, that aspect was. Okay, so you can say that the most, I would say, strong aspect that they felt was the support mental well-being, 74%. So 20 people signed that as strongly important. Then followed by the community activity involvement, that was important. Then we have the strong social connection, 0.3, 67%, and 0.4, the welcome by religious community. And I just pick 5, and the 5th is local neighborhood participation, which is still quite high. I would say that these were the 5 aspects that for them were more important in feeling welcoming and included in Australia. These were related to their affiliation. Christianity, it's quite high. So we have 52% of the respondents are Christian. We don't know exactly from which denomination or confession, but Christian. But we also have some who responded that are coming from the Muslim community and from Judaism, Buddhism, secular belief, or non-religious, and Judaism. And as I was telling you before, we are talking about people who more than once a week attend a religious group or a religious service. And we wanted to specify that we were not counting weddings and funerals, so normal activity, ordinary activities. There were some open also, as Titus was mentioning, there were also some open-ended questions. So we wanted to go a little bit further and learn from their experiences. And this, I'm sure you are familiar with the word cloud. Here you can see the most used word related to the answer that we got. And the question was once again related to the things that have helped them in feeling welcome and included in Australia. And Australia was, of course, a common word that came up. Community, so local partnership and local congregation, friendship, people. But even among those positive things, for instance, I just read you a couple of lines. Australians are very enthusiastic. Friends and church have been very helpful. I was warmly welcomed by many good friends. The fairness of the people that I met. But participation also in local community. But even when we asked them to stress the positive element couple of them wanted to talk about also in this question about some of the negative points, and you will see that's why you see discrimination as emerging also from this set of answers. And as you can imagine, this was the challenges that the people faced. And among discrimination, the language barrier, the difference in support in relation to different groups, the employment, which of course we mentioned that it was a also high level employment, but we didn't know, I mean, how long it took them to reach the point where they were. And many of them were also mentioning episodes of discrimination and racism in the workplace or in the neighborhood. I'll ask title, but Titus, do you want to do this too? And then I do the MyPads.
Okay.
So we share the findings together.
Okay. All right. So then we asked them, what are the factors or elements that help you to feel integrated in the community? Some of them said, a large percentage said, making strong social connections through things such as community groups, social and cultural groups, and so on. Number two, they also said that being able to access a mortgage or affordable housing, that's long-term housing. So which means that most African migrants in Australia, once they get settled, they want to have their own mortgage. And that is a signal that they have a long-term, not just residency, but to be part of the community, the settlement in the community. Then participation in a religious community. More than 56% of participants consider themselves an active member of a religious community. And that's amazing. Of course, that's one of the things that stands out in all the presentations today. Ruth's presentation and also Philip's presentation. Access to mental health support programs, that when they're in crisis, they have those supports, and those supports make them to feel welcome and belonging, to feel welcome and belong in the community. And then we asked them, in spite of all these good things you've said that you've observed, what are the things that you think needs to change or need to be improved upon in order to create a deeper level of integration in the community? Some of them said greater access to mortgage facility. And you know what that means? You have to save and save and save and save. The threshold and all the checks and red tapes around mortgage facility. Discrimination in workplace, some of them say they still experience that and they will want to see improvement in that area. Again, streamlined process or pathway to integration. So which means that there is this thought emerging among African communities in Australia that integration is not necessarily an element that is commonly applicable in the same pattern to every community groups. For example, you have you have some communities that already have second generation, and then you have some communities that are still new, 10 years or 20 years max. And then you have some that have had second and third generation of members of their community here who have already established themselves here. So meaning that the kind of needs that they have in one community will be different to the other. So there's and tailored support. Tailored support is about support that centers around the immediate needs of each community, which could be problematic at times. These are the preliminary findings that we've made so far based on the responses we have received. And we acknowledge the fact that the trajectories might change as we have more responses, or even as we even venture into the field of interviewing those who have indicated to be interviewed as a follow-up way of collecting additional data. Now, let's see how we now link this to MyPEX, focusing on 5 major
focusing on
areas.
some of them. Thank you. But actually, we were not very surprised to see the positive responses, because all in all, the situation in Australia related to migrant integration compared to other countries, it's very positive. And I want to show you. First of all, I don't know how many of you are familiar with this research called MyPEX, the Migration Integration Policy Index. Is it the first time that you heard it? Okay, I can see her hand over there. Actually, has been going on for quite some time. So it's a tool that measures policies to integrate migrants in countries across, it began with, across 6 continents. Okay, it started in 2007. So it covers a period that goes from 2007 to 2019. And it's a sort of longitudinal study because the data have been updated regularly every 5 years, more or less. And every 5 years, or when they had the opportunity, they also enlarged the sample, because they started in Europe and then slowly they decided to include USA and then Canada and Australia and some countries in the Middle East and some African as well. So now there are, if I'm not mistaken, 56 countries worldwide that the MyPEX covers. And they have 8 policy areas that they want to go into to analyze: the labor market mobility, the access to the labor market mobility, family unification, the level of education and access to education that migrant families, the level of political participation in each of the country, how difficult it is to get a permanent residence, how difficult it is and how quick it is access to nationality, and the anti-discrimination. And then there are different scores that go from 0 to 100. And actually Australia rank quite high, 65. It is among the 5 countries. And what actually slow it down, it is the first one, the labor market mobility, that actually, according to the researcher, has gone down in the last few years. And here you will see, according to the color, you can see where Australia fits and where the others are. Actually, European countries are not really doing well, with some exceptions, the Scandinavian countries, France, but all the Southern European countries and the Balkans are slightly unfavorable. Then, of course, this is the overall score. The interesting part of this research is that you can also compare area by area. So even if the overall general score might not be really good, there might be some items then that score well in different countries. These are like some of the points really that relate Australia with the European countries and then the OECD. And you will see that apart from the labor market mobility, education, health, and access to nationality, that are 3 of the elements that emerge also from our own set of data, are quite high in Australia. I cannot see. There was one that here is missing, that was related to Australia, that was showing the trends of all the 8 policy areas. And as I was telling you, the one related to labor market mobility was actually going down in the past 5 years. In general, and then I'll leave you. It seems to me, or to us in general, that once you manage to reach Australia, basically there are in place area access to well-being and education in place that support those groups in feeling part of the Australian community. And from my side, I leave a question on the table in relation to what does it mean to be integrated into a society. Today, I've heard a lot the word multicultural society, and definitely among the various multicultural society that I've been studying, Australia actually has a very, very high standards of quality of life and community living together. I wonder the interaction between how it is the interaction between this group towards more going towards more an intercultural society. And this is something that I would like also to investigate when we will actually do the interview, the in-depth semi-structured interview in the second phase of the project. And few final slide, if the technology will assist me. Yeah, more or less, as we were saying, we need to finalize the sample, so the questionnaire is still open. After the questionnaire, we will do semi-structured interviews with different type of respondents, because inside the questionnaire, we have also asked the respondents to leave, if they wanted to, their contact details to be further interviewed. So we have some of them already. And then, of course, we will analyze the data and we will compare the questionnaire and the semi-structured interviews to provide also a full report and an analysis of our findings.
Okay, thank you. Well, Darrell, do you have any comments you'd like to add to what we've prepared together? Because they actually, we work together, we're working together on the project, but for the sake of time, we say, well, I'll just step aside and let you guys make the presentation. Now, what we want to do is just to interact, and I would like to invite all our presenters to come forward, and then we'll just interact briefly. Alicia, you are welcome to join them. If you have any question from all the presentations over the next 15 minutes, we just interact over the questions, over the presentations, and then we will finish for the day. So welcome Ruth, welcome Mark, welcome Brian, welcome Nathan. Who else is here? Welcome Alessia.
Because of questions.
Yeah. So for online participants, can I please encourage you, if you will please put down your question in the chat box, and then we will read them out very shortly. I'll probably move this closer here to the table. That is the microphone. Otherwise, our online participants will not hear us clearly. Now, let's begin by taking questions or comments from those of us who are here. And we recognize those who are online as well. Please feel free to put in your question in the chat box. Darrell?
Maybe I can ask the first question. And I'm interested, having listened to a wide range of presentations today, which I found so fascinating, whether, as each of you listened, Maybe just one point of connection you found between what you were trying to address and one of the presenters.
Anyone can go for it.
I'll make a comment. I focused my presentation on congregations, which is a collective expression. And I think one of the themes about migration and religion, but I think it's just humans, is around the importance of belonging and the importance of forming collectives in order to do whatever, like whatever it is we're trying to achieve, the power of the collective. And I think from a Western perspective, we often bring an individualistic mindset and frame. And I think the way that the world is going with, I think, secularization is happening. Part of that is an individualistic pressure. I think it's not a good thing. I think, and so when I focus on congregations and when I hear the work of others and the power in what is good that I hear in the reflections, it's the power of the collective and the power of community, but you know, what we can do together is perhaps, so when I study a congregation, I understand them as if we can get groups of people together so much with things, find what we have in common, then so much more can be achieved, so much transformation can happen, so much support can be given, so much advocacy can be given in a collective approach.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for that. Any other person who would like to just draw a connection between what they've presented and what other presenters have done today?
I could point to many different connections. I always love a good lawyer and the intersections between what our church is doing 10 years ago and Nathan's presentation. Obviously, there's lots of interesting connections that could be commented on. But I have to say, as a Baptist, I love listening to Fethi and listening to a thoughtful Muslim researcher telling us that if you understand more, you have more chance of gaining social cohesion. Mm-hmm. And to me, that is one of the fundamental historic claims of Baptist identity, which is not to retreat simply into, you know, a homogenous worshipping community, but to reflect on living beside the other ones next door and to promote that next door. You know, classically it was living next door to, well, in North America, the Narragansett Indians, you know, the Jewish people on Rhode Island, the Turks, as they were called, the Muslims of the day. Baptist identity was forged in the welcome of multicultural communities. And that's the classic foundation of secularism. We helped to invent it. And yet, when you listen to Southern Baptists these days in the States, you'd think they have no notion of where they came from and what our tradition stood for. And I just loved that I heard that message from a Muslim researcher today. Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah, just continuing on what Ruth and Mark was saying. Before I say that, it's great that I now know Nathan, because I've got a few cousins who are looking for citizenship. I do expect a call from them to do that. But yeah, it's just there must be something, and I think this is something that Ruth's research touched upon. What is it about that sense of community that have sort of led to second, third generation people leaving the church? I would have thought, and Ruth is saying, I think has mentioned that, you know, the sense of community is something that which would revitalize, you know, our relationship and the relationality among citizens. But there's something in that has led third and fourth generation to leave the church. And I'm intrigued as to see what it is. And it's something I didn't really quite touch in my stuff, but I think it's given me impetus to try and to sort of and this is coming from Ruth's research, you know, to look at that and see what it is about community, because we're praising community and all that, and the positive effects, and no doubt there are positive effects to it, but there must be something about community that pushes people away, that has sort of isolated second and third and fourth generation in leaving the church. So I wonder what it is. Maybe it's the bickering, or you know, whatever it is, or the refusal to share resources, or the refusal to grant visas, or something like that. But yeah, I think there's something there that warrants further research. And yeah, I found that quite profound in all the talks.
Wonderful. Any other question from anyone?
Maybe I'll.
No, just. Okay, yeah.
And give thanks to our principal for inviting me to attend this one. It's a great privilege. It's really a big lot for me to play. And then just one or two questions, but the first question that I would like to raise is our Professor Philip is not there, but when he mentioned about how migrating people having come to Australia, after some years they lose their descendants. They turn out to become like a non-religion or atheist. So it's I feel it's a great challenge for us how to transmit our children the faith, our Christian faith, the faith that we have in Jesus Christ, who died and rose again. So what my question is, of course, when we migrants are intended into Australia, and not at all only the Christian was taken. So my question is, what could be the reason that the younger generation could now keep on professing the parents' faith, and then in what way can we can help each other, or what measure, what methodology use? For me, like I am from Myanmar, and then now just recently I'm from the Liberty Church, and recently we had our children ministry came by the Cape and Crusade. What we find out is that until now we focus on our language, our Zomi language. Recently, what we realize is that the younger generation, the 1.5 and the second generation, they find it difficult to fully understand our own language, which we only have the service what we only have in. So now what we realize is that it would be good if we could introduce like teaching Sunday school, teaching material also in English, so that our next generation will have a better understanding of Christian faith. But on the other hand, one thing that we don't want to totally lose our language is that we are like in a dual context. Now, because of the internet connection, now like the world has become a global village, we also have a mission back in like Myanmar. Now it is still in darkness, and we are from our church. We are trying to work. We send out at least 10 mission workers. So of course here from Centrally also we are allowed to. We have a chance to continue learning our Zomi language. So the thing that I need to say, I would like to say is that we need to connect. We need our connection as much as we can, and then from the churches around. We also would need like teaching materials and all those things alongside English and our local language. From my perspective, what I'm just sharing, and I would like to get some insight from the presenter side.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to ask them to respond to it, but I'll say that yours is more of a question with some comments. You will observe that even in the field of research, individuals like David Barrett, Philip Jenkins, and so on, who have spoken about the continent of Africa as a feature of Christianity, are currently grappling with the fast pace at which secularization is actually encroaching into what has been academically prophesied as the future of Christianity. So part of the answers to that, you've already said it. One is globalization. It's there. And it has positive sides as well as the negatives. The exposure that people had in the 1990s is no longer what they have now. Most of the things that the parents don't know, children know. You're preaching now and you have someone just preaching. You're thinking they're looking at the Bible on their phone. They're trying to match the accuracy of what you're saying with what they've got on the internet. Yeah, so all those things are there with us now. But I guess my view would be that it's just to remain authentic to the faith, to sow the seed and look for avenues to water it instead of indoctrinating people. If people are indoctrinated, later on it's going to backfire. If people ask questions and we don't allow them to ask questions, later on they will look for other avenues to have their answers. And the answers they will get from other alternatives may not be as accurate as they will have received from us. I'm going to ask our presenters to, wanted to talk. I'll listen.
Yeah, just picking up on what you were saying. We are in reality, we are in a post-secular society, as we heard today. And if we look at two typology of researches that are happening now, the Pew Research Center says that actually Christianity is not declining per se, but it's a typology of Christianity that is going down, in the sense that the more traditional churches that are actually losing members, while there are certain typology of Christianity that are actually growing and will grow at least for the next, they says, 50 years. There is also among and this typology of Christianity comes from what was called, at least from our point of view, the global, what they call the global South, from a European point of view. Of course, is not so from Africa, from Brazil. And then there is this other element that we have seen growing now, that it's the race of the conservative Christians. So across all traditions. So in the Orthodox Church in Russia, some of the Roman Catholic as well in Poland and in other countries, some of right-wing evangelical in South America, and these are actually gaining also power among the people, more linked to traditional point of view. So this was the thing that I wanted to take into, at least from a European perspective of analysis of this issue. And then there was something else that we were discussing before about diversity. And it is true that until a certain point of time, diversity was seen, super diversity was seen as something negative. But as we have heard today, the more we know the diversity, maybe the less it becomes a threat, and we can take the advantage of that diversity to create a more cohesive society when we learn also from our differences and we share things. And I also have a question. Can I put it on the table? That is related to your presentation about who enters and the process of entering Australia. Because you were talking about protection, refugees, and I'm talking about, I know that Australia is more or less a continent that has sea all over. But what about other typology? What about not highly skilled migrants? What chances do they have to they have to enter into the country?
One thing that's, I think, sometimes misunderstood, particularly around, say, we talk about skilled migration. So when I'm talking about skilled migration, that's where there's a set of visas that are directed to people of a particular age, education level, work experience, and they're able to be given points in relation to that under our system. And if you, score highly enough against someone else, and if your occupation is in a higher demand than someone else's occupation, you might get invited for that visa. So in that particular context, you've got people that are younger, more educated, with some work experience that are likely to, that will be favoured under that program. The interesting thing that most people don't know is that you don't actually have to work in that occupation. So when it's sold to the people, it's sold as we need registered nurses. I'm picking just, we need registered nurses. So study nursing, get a skill assessment as a registered nurse, be young, be to have some experience in nursing. We'll invite you for a permanent visa as a registered nurse. You can come to Australia and never nurse. So in other words, the system, as our Minister for Immigration states, is broken. Because even the needs that we actually have as a country aren't being addressed through the system. So it's deeply problematic on every level. Yeah. While I have the floor though, I will just say thank you for the input. I've learned a lot today on a number of levels. I'm going to read Psalm 94 again tonight. It seems to me that one of the things around particularly religion and sort of picking up on the question that we had and the notion of other subsequent generations taking on that religion or not, that at times religion seems to get, I'm going to put it simply, a bad rap and gets blamed for a lot in our society. And yet the evidence was that that religion is actually a contributor to social cohesion and broadly put moral outcomes in Australia. It's why I do what I do. It's why a lot of people do great things right across the country. People are here in this room because of religion, I'm sure. And yet many of the people who flee refugee contexts and perhaps that finger about religion that creates that narrative that they need their story that says, I was fleeing persecution because the particular bad group were after me and I was from the good group. I'm not picking anyone for deliberate reasons. You need that narrative to continue to get your religious ground for protection and get your visa, right? And yet many times, in my experience, as you sort of look a little deeper, the real evil, and I'll use that word, is actually things like greed and other notions that don't often get the airtime. And so I guess I would just say that perhaps as people are becoming Aussie, they are taking on some of those misunderstandings as to what causes problems in the world without understanding a little bit deeper some of the other layers of drivers of conflict. For example, in part of the world that you're from, there's a lot more going on in places like Myanmar than simply religious and ethnic conflict, which is used as a descriptive way and shorthand of describing problems that we can observe and problems we actually need to grant people protection, but does it paint the full picture of what's going on in Myanmar? I mean, we know the answer is no to that. So that's just, sorry, I just wanted to add that while I had the floor.
Okay.
Thank you. Now we want to go online to give audience to Neil.
Yeah, thank you.
Join us online. You want to make a comment or question?
Both. First, I live in a
you have 2 minutes, max.
Thank you. Rural area for 7 years. Now, present visa category introduce and encourage people to skilled migrant to come to rural areas, but they do not find opportunities here. So I know some people with PhDs who are cleaners, and they tend to go away. I think that's a question for the government, how best they try to keep them in the rural areas. And also with regard to multiculturalism and religiosity, what programs we have from as the churches. See, migration resource centers mainly focus on the refugees, not the migrants. Nobody approached me when I got here. I'm from Sri Lanka. See, what as a church member, what I did was to have multicultural programs. For instance, carols in 9 languages. You would be surprised how many people I get, over 250 easily every year. And also dialogue is something that is missing. See, we had Muslim brothers talking to us today. And again, I encourage interreligious dialogue. And I said, well, peace is a need for the year, the time, and we'll come together to pray for peace. And you'll be surprised once again, the response of the community, Muslims, Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, we all come together to pray for peace. And I think those are some areas that we are missing. I told my mayor and also the politicians that we need some sort of a system to introduce to the migrants who come to the areas, for instance, the churches or migration pact, or to introduce them to club and have a welcome.
All right, thank you so much, Neil. All right, I think that to be a comment rather than a question. Thanks for that. Okay, you want to, yeah, we'll give you.
I'm not really sure what my question is. Please have my agenda and my activism. But just hearing from Nathan and Mark and Ruth talking about that, the interplay between a such migration, particularly with government, the call of God to stand up for those that are exploited and treated badly, and the work, Ruth, that you talked about, the importance of faith communities in holding this. As church society, we have nothing to say. We have personally,
yeah. Okay. Do you want to respond? We take that as a common challenge for all.
I guess I'll flip it a little bit, because why is the church so silent? It's disappointing, isn't it? I think one of the reasons is at the moment it's because the church has lost confidence, and the church has lost confidence because not only have they heard the story that religion is declining and people, now Christianity is in the minority for the first time since we started tracking it in the census. So in 100 years, we now have Christianity as a minority identity. So we go, oh, they don't like us anymore. Then you add a royal commission into child responses to child sexual abuse. Then you add a plebiscite on same-sex marriage and a sense that, you don't, we think differently to you. You are excluding and we are not, says Australia. Then you add the next thing. You add the voices around whatever it is. We've had a series of things that means the church has lost confidence. When we look at our data in terms of local church life, we see the patterns. We see the patterns of, I love my church. I'm growing in my faith. I'm nurtured. I belong. I love this community. It's brilliant for me. All of those things are going up. We have a vision for the future. Everything is going up. You know what's going down? Do you share your faith? Oh, I share my faith. Do you invite people to your church? Down, 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 down. I don't invite. I love it. I love worshipping here. I don't invite. So one of the things we're saying back to the church is, and then we have community information where we go to Australian community, do surveys every year. What do you think about God? What do you believe? Do you practice? What do you know? All the measures, we ask them all. Do you experience something beyond, And you know what? And then we say, if a friend or family invited you to church, would you come? 45% of them say, and I'll use Easter. We say, would you come to an Easter service, given Easter's coming up? 45% say, I would. I would come if a friend or family member asked me. And we've lost confidence in inviting. And so now we have to find the cultural language. It's a cross-cultural experience now for the church, which has lost confidence. And also we know that Australia says to us, don't you dare tell us what to do or think. How dare you? Do not call me a sinner because you are the sinners. Look at what you did to our children. Do not tell me how to live my life in my own bedroom. Whatever it is, they will push back now and they will say, you don't have the right. So our church has to have the courage and find the prophetic leaders and prophetic voices. Who wants to be a prophet? You've really got to be called by God, don't you? Because it's only those with prophetic giftings and callings that are going to have to keep standing up. And for us as a church to stand around them and go, we need our prophets to actually be brave enough to stand up when, as a community, we have lost confidence. The next thing I'll quickly say is another response is that's a big level national response that, we've got a national problem where the church is on the back foot and afraid and closing the doors and fearful and going, we like it in here. We're closing our doors to them. We're a bit afraid of them. They don't like us. That's what's happening in the churches at one level at the moment. However, the other thing I'll say is households and local. Again, I come back to who's the most important in someone's life? Their mother. Most important every time. How do we support households? How do we then support local communities? Because that's where it can happen. So the more that local flourishing faith communities can get active, that's where the real work can happen. And that will change nationally.
Thank you. Brian?
Just in addition to what Ruth was saying, I think the other thing as well is within the church itself, the internal structures and different churches have different structures, obviously, and some churches, have structures that sort of prohibit or even discourage the prophetic voice, so that we don't so that we don't say something that that sort of disappoints the crowd, or we don't say something that puts us on the edge. And we're all sort of worried about our image in that way, that we've become silent. So, like, I use my church, for example, and I'm very thankful that none of my elders are listening in. But in our church, if someone was to go, sort of have that prophetic voice and speak against some of the the injustices in society, they can get reprimanded by the church, and to the point where they might even lose their ordination. So things like that, and then the next question is, how brave, to what extent is your bravery? Are you prepared to lose your ordination for it? That type of thing. So there's the internal structures. And that sort of then goes back also to the question of what sort of theologies then are we basing our structures on? And I think a lot of our theologies are sort of consistent with very, very bad readings of the Bible. And, you know, we would like to encourage people to read the Bible with a social justice orientated mindset. A mindset that looks to push, you know, the agenda of grouping in the marginalized and looking after the neighbor, the marginalized other. And, you know, when we have readings that are so sort of centered around, okay, how are we going to get into heaven? How are we going to prosper in this life? How are we going to get the riches of this life? You know, those type of theologies, those type of understandings fuel the type of readings that fuel the type of theologies that lead to these structures that we have in place in the churches that don't allow for the prophetic voice to emerge. So, I might be sort of simplifying it a bit, but I'd like in my work, I'd like to push readings that encourage alternative theologies, and then with those alternative theologies, hopefully socially justice-minded ministers in the future that will open up those structures a bit more so that they allow for the prophetic voice.
All right, thank you so much, Brian. Now, I want to have just 2 questions from the presenters. I hope directly to Brian and Nathan, and hopefully any of that presenter can also contribute. Brian, you spoke about decolonizing the sense of Bible reading, the Bible and decolonizing. So, to what extent do you think decolonizing the Bible reading would assist in entrenching social justice? Just following up on what you said now.
So I think I'll probably be repeating myself, but just going back to more in-depth look at the text and paying attention to its background and historical background, which no doubt, as Mark has demonstrated with Psalm 94, those questions of justice emerge quite profound. So the thing I find confusing is how are those questions not emerging when people read it? So it's, I think that when we pay attention to the language, the nuances, the structure, and all those type of things that biblical scholars obsess with, and there's no invitation to those who aren't biblical scholars to do the stuff we do, but I think it's that mindset. If we can sort of have that justice mindset when we read, I think that you'll find that we can decolonize the way we read, so that we can maximize those efforts to have that prophetic voice emerge. Otherwise, we're just going to be concerned with our own protecting ourselves. And then you get readings like Israel Folau's reading, who's saying that, all homosexual people will be condemned to hell and all that sort of stuff, which is a gross misreading of the biblical text, by the way. But that's my encouragement. That's my mission, is to sort of, not ignore the Bible, but to sort of reclaim its position as a voice against the injustices in society.
Oh, wonderful. Now, I come to you, Nathan. You did mention during your presentation in the lead up to your planning that you spoke to, is it the leader or the president of Sanctuary Valley? And he made a striking comment, which I've been thinking about since you made it, that the role of principalities in one country is quite different from another. Mm-hmm. And obviously, these principalities, we all know what that means. And the question I've been wrestling with is that how do we address the question of these principalities and powers? And as we know, it's not just about praying. not just about saying, it's about practical actions, really doing our bit one way or another. And knowing well that even Christians who get to political offices don't have the support, the full support of even the Christian population as their backbone to be able to effect God's justice and mercy in the political arena. So, and we're left with this conundrum of, okay, now we believe in justice, we believe in mercy, we want to speak out, some will back off, but some will surmount courage to rise to political offices. And when they get there, it's more of, even from Christian population, it's bashing every now and then. So how do we address this question of principalities and powers in the context of Australian politics and the need to be that community of salt and light to the nation?
I have to get out of Ephesians 6 again. Is that the right passage? Wow. Don't give up. I think, part of my story that I didn't tell was that I was elected as a local councillor and then became deputy mayor in our particular area. And I was elected for 4 years, but because of COVID, they made us stay for 5 years, and I wanted to leave after 3. But at that, I did. But by participating in local government at that level, people who voted for me, some people knew I was a Christian. Some people, I got preferences from the Greens. I got elected by 6 votes, which I think was a miracle. I beat the Greens. And then somehow I found myself in this council chamber. And oftentimes, at the end of the day, I had the balance of power most of the time. And so I would hear this debate and I would hear that debate, and I would see all the different perspectives and find myself thinking, okay, so I'll give an example. We had a particular issue where I had run on a platform of not doing something. But when I ran on that platform, I was a part of a group and I didn't actually understand what I didn't want to do. And so then I went to the briefing, and the briefing was amazing. I was like, of course I want to do this. So then I thought, oh no, I'm going to be a real politician. So I voted against it 4 times because that was holding to my conviction of being the person that was elected to oppose this thing. So I didn't speak out against it, I just voted against it. Then they started burning effigies of the mayor. And I thought, that's not a good thing. And ultimately, surely the role in public office is actually to keep the peace, right? So for me, it was more about notions of the rule of law and citizenship and some of those bigger picture things that we've touched on. So I said to the mayor, who didn't like his effigy being burned, I'm sure, I said, I will change my vote once. And so we organised he organised to have a special meeting, and I changed my vote and I stood up and I walked out of the chambers and I got in my car and I took off. I got messages from both sides saying thank you. Because ultimately in that role you were making peace. And I think that's what I mean when I say don't give up, because that's the role of that's just an example, but I'm sure all of us in our lives in various different forums, we have these opportunities that arise whereby we can actually affect change, small, big, whatever, by simply applying those values that we say that we hold dear, whether that be from a religious perspective or otherwise. I think the other thing that he was getting at, he was saying, the person I quoted in the presentation, and it was just top of his head, he didn't know what questions were coming. He said that principalities and power that we face is bureaucracy, and it's coming to this decolonisation aspect and understanding that so much of what we take as acceptable and normal in terms of applying for a visa and being granted a visa and all these processes and hearings and some of the formalities around the law in Australia, I mean, they are a colonial legacy. They're not something that is innately from this land. And I think that requires, you know, generational change, and that needs to happen. And that's where, you know, reconciliation is vital. Like if you're not participating in that space, that's yeah. Anyway, that's what I'd say about that.
You know, and I gloss the comment about the principalities and powers being bureaucracy with something Hannah Arendt spoke about, which she called the banality of evil. And the banality of evil in Australia is precisely bureaucracy and courts dragging their feet.
Yes.
So everybody knew that massacring Aboriginal people was illegal.
Right.
But did they prosecute? You know, once the Mile Creek murderers, but after that it was so unpopular, the law simply did not run its course, and everybody knew. So that was the banality of evil, simply not following through. But we do it in different ways by, you know, adopting this and that regulation and then dragging our feet. And it's a peculiarly Australian evil. You know, in Burma, they'll shoot you. In Australia, they won't process your documents.
But both learned from the same place.
All right. So we have comments. We have a question from one of our online participants. They've asked, what would be your 3 recommendations moving forward from this symposium today? Let's start with you, Mark.
3 recommendations. I'm not sure I have 3 off the top of my head. But I come back to Fethi's presentation. Learning more makes a huge difference. And that means learning from people that you don't normally really feel comfortable learning from, because that's essential to actually building a stronger social network. It's fine to be a great charismatic leader in a church where everybody's thinking the same. It does nothing for the community at large. And I think that's the big deal for thinking about migration and, you know, healthy societies. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brian.
Well, I don't have 3, but maybe just pushing that decolonial agenda, you know, daring to be different, daring to be alternative. You know, don't be content with the norm, and but you know, be brave to question, to sort of you know, I think that'll help us sort of be more active in our, especially in our activism, right? You know, if you're content with the norm and you're just okay with how everything is, then you know, you're not going to be active. You're not going to. There's no energy behind your activism. But I think, yeah, just having that decolonial mindset, which sort of brings me to one thing from Nathan's presentation. You were mentioning the walking on water faith and how we shouldn't come to need it. You know, and I know you meant it in a really important way. But it also pays, and you know, we're talking about neighbours and things like that, and I think we need to think as well about our neighbours in that regard, because the people that are walking on water are people of Tuvalu and Tokelau. And they're walking on the water with faith, but a different type of faith. And it always takes me back to Maina Talia, who is a climate activist from Tuvalu. I'll never forget and I'll just sort of paraphrase for the sake of avoiding the language he used, but he said, yes, I've heard that you are praying for Tuvalu. Well, I say to you now, stuff your prayers. So you can imagine the word that he used instead of stuff. But it was quite evocative. But you know, he didn't say he didn't mean it in a way which suggests that that the art of prayer is. But it was action is needed, and I think that walking on water mindset in the context of Tuvalu and Tokelau, who are actually walking on water, I think will bring us to a different type of faith, one that's driven by action.
All right. Thank you so much for your, have you got a closing remarks or just one statement to close? Okay. All right. Yours is summed up in one. All right. Very shortly, I'm going to invite Darrell for closing remarks. But before I do that, I'd just love to thank all our presenters today on behalf of with the research committee to say thank you for being on the for presenting today. So thank you to Ruth. Thanks to Brian. Thanks to Nathan. And thank you to Alessia. Can we celebrate them one more time with an applause? Thank you. All right. You're welcome to return to your seats. I'll now invite our interim principal, Associate Professor Dara Jackson, with his closing remarks as we gradually come to the end of this crucial event today.
Thank you, Titus. And can I, of course, say a big thank you to Titus, and again, maybe expressing our thanks to Titus at this point would be in order for organising what I think is an excellent vote. Titus has been well supported by our excellent Whitley team. Grateful to Carrie and Vanessa and a host of others, probably whose names immediately slip my memory. If I've forgotten them, forgive me. But in various ways, the research committee that Titus has been directing over these past few months has been a part of the support of this event too. So thank you to those members of that committee. Titus, maybe today you've learned a few important things about academic development. The first lesson is how to herd cats. And the second is how to keep people to time. And the third is make sure that you always give people chocolates. So well done. You will, I'm sure, go far on those important lessons as a result of today. Look, I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. And maybe the easiest way to get there is to reflect on an experience I had during COVID lockdown, being invited to contribute a chapter to this Edinburgh University Press series called Christianity in Oceania. I had to say, I think 3 times, no, I'm not prepared to write about theology in Australia for this book. Those reasons might be obvious to you. But they were certainly very obvious and felt keenly by myself. It did help that one of the series editors was Kathleen Etterhoff-Williams, who was sadly not able to be with us today. But the editors came back eventually and said, look, we really cannot find other people. Others have said no. And so I agreed to undertake this chapter on the basis that they would allow me to write from the perspective of a migrant in Australia. But, and I came to Australia keenly aware of that. The very first comment that I was greeted with by the border official who stamped our British passports, welcome to Australia, in a loud voice, then dropped his voice and said, and you're the kind of migrants we need here, as in white. It was quite shocking. But so very aware of my status as an economic migrant in Australia. But of course, having arrived here, I became very quickly aware that there was more to this complexity, that I was not only a migrant in Australia, but I was a migrant on stolen land. And so I wrote this chapter with that perspective very much in view and in mind. And I think that's an important move that some of you will have been hearing about today. Brian challenged us with that in part, make that decolonizing move, which is to actually recognize the imperial colonial past and legacy that many of us embody. That, I think, has been a significant self-discovery as a theologian, and it's one I've heard, as I say, repeated today. It, I think, leads me into just drawing attention to two further public events that the college will host in various ways throughout the rest of the year, and which I hope point to a similar trajectory and movement. The first of those, and Titus, you may need to help me out here with some of the details, but we are to host at a venue yet to be confirmed, and I think it was around about the 18th of April.
It's going to be held at Collins Street Baptist.
Collins Street Baptist Church, thank you. A public lecture that will focus on the current Gaza conflict and the issues it raises, to be addressed by Mercy Atkin, who is a representative of the network of evangelicals for the Middle East. And so do please keep a note. We will circulate further details of that in due course. And Jason Garonsi, one of our other colleagues, and Titus will be working in bringing that program together. And then if I can also draw your attention to the upcoming Whitley at Whitley lecture, which is one of this will now be our third Whitley at Whitley lecture. This is a British originated lecture that's hosted here at Whitley. The original series is called the Whitley Lectures. The connection is the man Whitley, who was former British Baptist, came here, founded the college. This year's is particularly, well, I'm not really sure how to describe it. And there's so many things I could say about this lecture. It's being delivered by Dr. Tim Judson of the Regent's Park College, Oxford University, is his attempt to present himself as a white theologian. In other words, to identify clearly that I speak out of my whiteness, and to own all that that then implies, and invites dialogue with others who are often identified as Black theologians or various other non-white categories, but he wants to own and recognize what the implications are for himself as being a white theologian. He's a scholar of Bonhoeffer, but also a good user of biblical texts. And in moving from his own self-identification as a white scholar, he moves into understanding a reading of the Garden of Gethsemane passages, in which he presents Jesus as the traumatized victim, and identifies the need for those of us who identify as disciples to stay awake and to watch and accompany the traumatized victim. I think it will be a powerful lecture. I think it has great relevance for the situation of the Christian church in Australia at the moment, as we learn to accompany brothers and sisters from the Indigenous communities, and to learn to listen to their voice in perhaps ways that we have to begin to find different ways of listening to that voice. So do please put that in your diary. That will be Monday, the 16th of September. That will be delivered here. Tim will be with us in person, and there'll be an opportunity for us to hear a formal response from here in Australia. So thank you again for coming. I hope you found, as I have, this has been a rich and diverse, and that I think is its richness, but a rich and diverse range of presentations that have helped us to think not only more deeply, but more widely, and to understand that the phenomenon that we call migration is susceptible to analysis and critique at multiple levels. And I thank those of you who've presented for doing so in a way that demonstrates the ability to come at this phenomenon from different angles in order to bring about greater sense of understanding and to bring light upon a subject that is often complex and often one that leaves us feeling wholly overwhelmed. And I, with in the immortal words of Nathan Willis, just keep on going on, keep on trying. Thank you all, and bless you as you have a house.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for those who have attended online. We're glad to have you today. I'm going to liaise with all the presenters, and hopefully we may end up sending the presentations in the form of either PDF or PowerPoint to all the registered participants today. But I need to clarify from all of them. Some have said, yeah, send it off, but I need to clarify. And I will also get back to you with a request for feedback on what we can improve in case of our future events. For those who are members of our community here, can I please encourage you to please wait briefly to assist in resetting the hall. There's a class happening here in the next couple of hours. Thank you so much, everyone. And bye-bye, everyone. Thank you.